there. Spark up the music. This was the wrong thing to click. We're at Crossroads. And I gotta turn off this peaceful music because everything's horrible right now, as a reminder. Exposure. First night and beautiful, 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 beautiful. Oh, okay. Am I doing a proper? Oh, I'm only sharing sound. Sorry. Bam. Here we go. Okay, everybody. Welcome back to Tal'Dorei Reborn. Let's see what happened last session. First and foremost, welcome back to our most fabulous new player, well, old and returning player, Howl, who will be back with us. We'll see what Howl has. So, last session, you guys got on the road. To leave Western Zarvolg. Had been sucked up into a storm and had great visions of some entity that was later, perhaps, identified to be the one and only god of war and storms, the Storm Lord Kord himself, who doubted Zarvolg and pitied him for his path, and spoke and said, "We will meet again, and maybe then we will see if you are Zarvolg the Grim or if you are Zarvolg the Glorious. We will see." That was that. Zarvolg died, but was sort of resuscitated. Maybe his heart just kind of like sort of got going again after everything. But has a lightning scar across the chest that can be fixed if you find the right magics. But for now, that'll be there. Incredible. Then you guys traveled for a couple days. You found some destroyed caravans on the road and found a group of supposedly do-gooder warriors by the name of the Road Warriors, and they moved on their way. You guys found amongst the dead some League of Miracle contracts for Westrun. Some people were making their way to Westrun to do these contracts, and per the power of Ben the Warhound's nose, followed the sense of the perpetrators to the Road Warriors up the road, and you guys are like, yeah, you guys are fucking guilty, because Fidge did a little zone of truth, and you guys went to murder, all except one. You sent off the last survivor by the name of Lysel to Stilben to join the clasp. Or you sent one off to meet Lysel to go to Stilben and join the clasp. My apologies. Yvain sees another Pegasus on the road, which is twice now, which is crazy. Yvain also, through the power of dream and the power of sending, was able to resolve things with honor, and it was revealed that after telling her about the Road Warriors, she revealed that there was a crime in town and she didn't have time for the Hazel Festival, and it wasn't for lack of wanting, but for her responsibilities to the League of Miracles. She had to deal with the problems at hand, and couldn't make time for any niceties. So Yvain and Honor maybe had that little resolution, and as Yvain did say, find the Jewel of Twilight and you might learn a little bit more about the crime at hand. As Jewel was wrapped up in a grand larceny with both the Myriad and the Clasp, sort of double dealing, and it was not going well. But here, on the 20th of whatever this month is called, Quin something. I'm gonna find it because the dates.
Quinpilar?
Quinpilar, thank you very much. Yes, the month of Quinpilar, the 20th day, you guys make it to the Sun-Cut Roadway. My history buff's probably most excited, but unfortunately, as you drew closer, you saw nothing less than a massive horde of ghouls not conjuring, but sort of rallying at the crossroads under much buffer much more sinister-looking, ghoulish monsters, sort of leading packs of them around. And you have been confronted by this wraith. You see the ghastly, ghostly image with yellow beating eyes, grayish-black skin, smog, smoke surrounding her, and these sort of long branches that sort of come off of her head and off of her shoulders, looking sort of very druidic. She proclaims to you all. He says, "I am the Archdruid of Andros. Turn back, travelers of the road, for nothing awaits you but death on this road. Many have died, many have been hung unjustly. You need not die to what comes next. Be gone, if you value your soul." She fades to a grayish-black mist. A warning given. She's gone.
Yeah.
You hear faintly in the distance the sound of the gargling, flesh-eating, undeathly monsters above. Their sheer numbers gives way to the sound of their ghoulish sort of convulsions and throomings and all in manner of like gross sounds. What do you do?
What do we do?
So, I know that I had had a moment where I recognized this, like, I had, like, above the table, I ruled there was a history check that I made, but I would like to convey to everyone what I know about the historical importance of this particular space and all the people that died right about here, historically. And Scattered Wall, wasn't it? I've spent a lot of time looking into the Scattered Wall.
Yeah, I'll put that down for all of you guys again as a little refresher. This is the Suncut Crossroads, which is probably the most major highway crossroads in Tal'Dorei. Suncut Roadway goes all the way from the east to the west coast, and the bisecting Woodway Byway goes all the way from Craghammer to Singorn and beyond. So it connects everything. But the historical relevance of the roadway is back during the Scattering War, during the rule of the tyrannical King Drassic. Many innocents and war heroes were executed by hanging at a massive gallows that once stood here at the crossroads. But once the heroic Zan Tal'Dorei, the original sovereign of Tal'Dorei, brought their rebel army here, and they took down and destroyed the gallows, buried the dead, and placed a stone monument with an inscription to commemorate those who lost their lives to tyranny. That is the historical relevance of the Suncut Crossroads.
Yes, I'm going to take a moment and convey all of that, considering we just saw the Wraith. This is not a good place to camp. Maybe we should walk around the crossroads? You know, not walk right into the middle of the undead armies. Just as an option.
A valid one. I'm gonna cast Divine Sense.
A valid one.
Immediate migraine.
Divine Sense.
Yeah.
Your Divine Sense goes off in a 60-foot radius. Nothing within the immediate 60-foot pings on your radar, so to speak.
Oh. And I'll convey that to the party.
Using the eyes of the eagle, am I able to see how much space this this army of undead takes up and doesn't take up?
Make me a perception check at advantage. Well, I'll tell you what, make me a straight roll perception, because it is getting very dark. It would be considered dim light here, so they will cancel each other out.
Fair enough. Oh, that's bad. Are you sure you don't want to do it at advantage?
No, sorry, that's going to be a straight roll.
Oh, that's bad.
8.
8?
Yeah, that's with the plus 6.
It is a very large, like, you can very clearly, like, you know, scan. It is a very large undead horde. It would take quite a bit of time to go around. It would probably take, whereas just going through originally would have been as fast as it goes, it'd probably take a couple days to go around to be extra safe. You add a couple days to your journey, maybe like 2 or 3 possibly. It's a large. It is a army.
All right, I'll offer that information to the group just as kind of an alternative.
Right, so I don't know. I know it's an extra 2 days on the road and it's all wintry and stuff, but better to
Still fun.
arrive in Iman than, get dead on the road. I don't know. We're voting here. I mean, Finch, can you clear a path to them, do you think? Well, Bahamut and stuff. He doesn't like the undead.
He doesn't. I feel like Bahamut is not very pleased with me right now. So I'm not certain how much he's going to be willing to listen if I ask for a favor.
But undead. Like, why would he be mad at you? But even if he was mad at you, you're not undead. Like, you're fundamentally,
It's a long story. I'll explain it later.
Yeah. So, all right, Ember, do you have any way of blasting a hole through them?
Army.
Right, so
No.
so we're back at going around them. Excellent. Let's go around them.
At this point, you guys you begin to sort of all right, let's do it. And Zarvolg, you know that they're sort of backed by the Iron Seat Ridge. They're not going to get too close to Kymel, or else they would be in trouble with Kymel. If they haven't been here to attack already. There's also something I want to point out that actually, never mind. I take it back. So there's Kymel to the south. There's Iron Seat Ridge at their back. So they're probably pretty far north and west. So Zarvolg, you're like, okay, we probably got to go north up the Byhill River. We probably got to then take the wide way around. We got to backtrack to some degree. Matter of a couple of days, and you're figuring it out, and you guys begin to sort of turn your horses and figure out which direction to go in. At which point you hear a little, hey, psst, psst, from sort of the trees off the road.
The fuck was that?
Oh, what's that?
Are you all friendly?
Are you friendly?
See... Yeah, I'm very friendly.
Come here, show yourself.
Oh, okay. Make either a persuasion or intimidation check, your choice.
Oh, best persuasion check Zarvolg's ever gonna get. 17.
17. Oh, I guess I need dice to play D&D, huh? It's pretty important part of the game. That'll be 70 damage, as she does not like being intimidated. No, I'm kidding. There's oh, okay. You see stepping out of the wood, this... Ooh. There we go. You see this gnome, this young gnome, it's relative for gnomes, certainly young for a gnome. You see this adult gnome woman sort of walk out of the wood. She has a holy amulet. She has, I'm not gonna say, she has traveler's clothes on. She has a couple of she has short cropped brown hair, some of it sort of tied back into a ponytail. She has a little gold ring tattoo on her forehead, but a sort of big, kind of that cute little gnomish face. She's got a little freckle under one of her eyes. She has a couple of feathers kind of very elegantly in her hair, and on her many earrings. And she looks at you all and she says, trying to get through the crossroads? You're not gonna kill me or anything, are you?
We're not gonna kill you. We're planning on going around. You want to come along?
Oh, well, it's really late. If you want, there's a camp nearby of some other people who tried to make it through. We're trying to just trying to help, you know?
Which way
Uh,
you're going?
Well, I was going to Amman, but, um,
So are
you
we.
know. Oh, well, that's great. Well, a lot of people trying to get to Amman, but, you know, obviously there's a little barrier in the way. But there's some caravans of some traders who obviously can't do the off-road thing, so we're kind of held up just a little ways into the plains. Could probably use your help. You all look really capable.
I'd be happy to help if we
Oh,
can.
okay. Sure, okay. Just follow me right this way. And she begins to sort of like cautiously look around, and begin to like wander into not there's no woods here, it's the plains, so begins to wander into the plains. Not wander, but walk decisively into the plains. You guys follow?
Can I do a primeval awareness real quick and see if what I'm seeing matches up to what this gnome just described?
Sure. You do detect, not far off, maybe like a 5-10 minute walk away, certainly within your 5 mile range, you detect about, I'd say like 2+ dozen humanoids, sort of like together in a group.
And nothing else of note, no and it's nobody that looks like they're lying in wait or ambush or anything like that.
Well, unfortunately, the primeval awareness doesn't tell you that, so
Well,
it
yeah,
could be.
no, but I mean, like, I guess I don't know. I guess I would imagine that being like, to a kind of a gauntlet of, a single file gauntlet of people.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, they aren't. They don't seem to be, as far as you can tell, their locationing. They don't seem to be in like a formation. It definitely looks like a camp where they're sort of like kind of round. Their placement's kind of round. I guess is the best way to describe it. They don't look to be like in the brush,
Right.
sort of like taking position, like in a sort of like sea ambush position by any means. No, they just seem to be like positioned, sort of what would look like around a campfire.
I don't sense anything amiss. It seems like we should be okay. Shall we follow?
I don't see why not.
You all turn your horses. You follow. You certainly outnumber the one gnome. There's something to be said about courage for like a single gnome approaching a group of
Right.
heavily armed horse riders on the road, in the middle of nowhere. Yes, Yvain?
If the gnome is on foot, I will offer to put them on horseback. I'm sure Mama could handle a gnome.
Your horse could absolutely handle an unarmored, lightly equipped gnome. Absolutely.
One slightly used gnome.
One
Right?
slightly used gnome. She says, "Oh, that's very kind. Thank you. I'm okay though. I'd rather just walk if you don't mind." But yes, just to let you know who I am. I'm Fiona Balmhand. I'm a cleric of the Lawbearer.
Pleased
Arathis.
to make your acquaintance.
Pleasure. You mind if I ask who all you are?
I'm Ember Van Zyl, and these are the other members of the Aurora Concord. And
Oh,
that is
pleasure to meet you.
Zarvog and his dog Fen, Yvain and her companion Happy, High Paladin Finch, the Order of Bahamut, and we have Balthazar, who is our scribe and poet laureate, and that rather gangly gentleman is a artisan who is in our employ.
Excellent.
Mostly because I forgot what his name was.
Sinestro. He's the bearer of the yellow ring of power, or whatever it's called, the yellow lantern. But anyway, you guys, she goes, "Oh well, yeah, it's a real pleasure to meet you all, adventurers, then, or are you nobles? You have a scribe and everything. Wow." Balthazar sort of like, and then catches themselves as they kind of chuckle. He chuckles. He says, "Okay, just a little further. You guys slowly see some very low lights in the distance. Yeah, and begins to approach. She goes, okay, that's the camp just up ahead. Yeah, Radon is going to be very happy, I think, to see all of you. And you kind of hear in a wood, like, they all grab their spears very tensely. There's like about 4 guards to the front. They go, someone's coming. Who goes there? Who goes there? And she goes, it's me. It's me. It's Fiona. Yeah. And they go, oh, who are you with? Who are you with? They're like, oh, just people from the road. More people on the road. They go, okay. And you guys approach the camp. On the way in, you guys have a very interesting sight. I think will be interesting for you, Finch. You see sort of just like, kind of like nestled into itself, just outside the camp boundaries. The camp does seem to be like a number of caravans, just sort of like all in on themselves. They've sort of made like a small rope barrier, like what they can, and it seems to be patrolled by whatever caravan guards they have access to. Many near the gate, but sort of giving it a wide berth, you see a large draconic-like figure. Not figure, a large dragon for all intents and purposes, about the size of a horse, just sort of curled in on itself, its wings sort of folded up. And as you guys approach, you see its large head sort of crane up. It has like a cobra-like neck almost. And it looks at you all, and just sort of like, you see its like tongue sort of flick out like a snake. And then it just kind of like, sort of like puts its neck back down and watches you all as you go by with its draconic beady eyes. But you see like a fucking dragon just chilling outside the camp, and everyone's just giving it a wide berth.
Would that be like would that be, I would say, would that be the
brittle.
first experience that like anyone in this party would have had with like like actually seeing something like that in person?
This is the first time I think anyone in this party has ever seen a real,
like an actual dragon.
Does this dragon look to be with the party and is separate from it, or is it just chilling out and the party's like, hey, you're there, we're here, we're just gonna not fuck with you?
You said it's saddled, right?
It is saddled, and it has a bit and brittle for a dragon, I guess, on it. Right, and it is sort of like nestled close to the camp. It's not like 50 meters that way, and they're like, we're just not gonna fuck with it. It's like really close to the camp. It's like right outside, and it's just like, it's just chilling. It's actually quite near to the horse stable.
Can we tell what color it is?
It is blue. That's a great question. Give me a second.
It is a color.
It is chartreuse.
Right, teal.
Roll for diamond.
No, I'm kidding. It has like, it's like kind of beige. It's like a brownish beige color. The firelight doesn't like shine on it, and it doesn't like reflect to any great degree. Very matte.
Oh.
And it just kind of watches you all as you all go by with its like long, almost cobra-like neck, large, sort of wide jaw. Just watches you all go by as it sort of lays there. It has a long, pointed stinger tail. And just sort of watches you all as you enter.
Derval kind of like leans over his shoulder to whoever's closest and is like, those things talk, right?
Never seen anything like that before. I mean, not in real life for sure.
I'll find out.
I'll go pet it.
Yeah, but you guys all just kind of, she says, oh yeah, that's pretty cool, right?
That's fluffy.
That's a kind word for it.
Does it have a name? Who does it belong to?
Oh, you can ask Radon. It belongs to him. You'll meet him really soon. You're right this way.
Okay.
As you guys make your way into the camp, you will come to see as the little cleric of Arathis approaches. Hal, would you like to introduce your character?
Yes, I would. Um, a huge bummer about the mini, but I will do my best to look at it and describe it in good detail. You're fine. Um, Radon is a, little under 6 foot, immediate like blending in with the dark a bit, save for the firelight, purple skin of a dark elf, a merc elfin, white long hair, kind of held back in what they can do, and almost like braids here and there at the ends. Small, shallow stubble and like deep scars very superficially over his face. Red and brass and gold, almost a robe-like thing that's more superficially for combat than actually was seen any recent fighting. Um, a serious-ish look upon their face, and they've already been watching you approach, and especially as you interacted with the draconic creature outside, have been just almost staring you down as you enter the camp, and just calls out, "Who've you brought in, Fiona?"
Says, "Oh, just some people from the road. They look like they look like they mean business. So I thought it'd be good to bring them here."
People from the road.
Well,
All right.
we all
Are
gotta
you
look
looking
out
to make
for
it
each other.
across the Sun-Cut roadway?
We're headed to Amman.
All right. To Amon. Radon at this moment is carrying this rather large, wrapped in a cloth blade, probably a great sword over the sling of his back, and kind of sets it down, realizing there's probably not a threat here. All right. I am Radon Arkinharol. The rest of you?
I'm
Yvain's-
Ember Van Zyl. That is
Well,
High Paladin Finch.
I Paladin. It's like a small
Yvain
little gesture.
Starborn. Zarbog the Grim. Elfstar the Grimmer. Ben the Destroyer. Happy.
Okay.
No moniker. Just happy.
Right.
I'm happy.
Just happy.
Fancy titles, fun titles.
Meh. Mostly well earned. Less
I
on
will-
fun.
All right. Sure. The nice woman you met outside the camp is Farash. She is not nice. Do not pet her.
Oh, the beastie.
The wyvern.
Got it.
Thank you.
You see,
Does she
Fiona
talk?
has a little. Fiona has a little bit of a look on her face of like, almost like two friend groups meeting. That sort of like hoping they'll get along kind of thing. She's just kind of standing there, just like trying to keep it all positive, but clearly Radon, and I'll say everybody else in the camp is tense. There is an army 10 minutes that way that wants to eat us.
Are you all here to help or to try and walk around? There was a group before that attempted that.
Oh, and what happened with him?
I will not continue.
We had heard Fiona pointed out that there was a group, and we thought since we were going to be headed around anyway, we might offer to bring some of whomever along.
All right. Interesting. There was a worry here with some of the merchants that if the Sun-Cut roadway does not become clear rather soon, it could hurt much of the trade and, for lack of a better term, economy as they keep crying and whining about, kind of like focusing towards the merchants of
They're
the
like,
area.
it's a valid concern. A monarch can't survive without much economy.
Well, I'm certain that if it impacts Iman, Kymel, and Western, that something will rise to the occasion.
Which is a good point. And I want to point out to all of you because I've been prepping Amon, which is a big city. And I forgot about a very important force on the road, which you guys would have passed at least a couple times in your journeys. Um, the Daxio Outriders, the sort of formal military of Tal'Dorei. It's only about, they have patrols on the road, and they usually travel in battalions of about 100 each. So you guys would have, during your travels, your working coordinates specifically would have probably passed at least 2 battalion camps on the road, probably one from Stilben to Westrun, and then one on the way here, several days away. So I will say for Eurodon, who probably is considered this option, and probably already sent riders, it's still a couple days before they will even be informed, let alone get here, let alone assess, let alone know if they can even deal with the problem. And there's many more than 100 warriors out there.
There are things to rise to the occasion, Ember. The issue I face here is that we are days out from my Fort Daxio riders to even assess the situation. And then, knowing the state of militaries, a few days of bureaucracy, a few weeks of consideration, and who knows?
All right, so we've only just encountered this issue and had no knowledge of it before. I don't know how long you've been here, but I'm assuming you've given it more thought than we have. What do you suggest our options are?
That's a good point. Radon, what you know of the situation is, what your scouts would have told you is that these ghouls, these monsters, have risen. These are the dead of the Scattering War. These are the war heroes and deserters and people that were executed by King Drazik. They have risen from the grave. You don't know how or why, but there's a mass grave near the crossroads, and they have risen from it. They also seem to be, I'll say, like, your scouts seem to be like, they seem to be like ranging out in the western direction. To a degree, there's probably suspicions that you worry it's going to march in that direction as well. That'd probably be what you know of things. And one last thing, Ember, you, who was a whole inn merchant, I think you would, more than anybody else here, understand the gravity of the Suncut roadways being shut down. It is the economy of Tal'Dorei will collapse if this place doesn't open up soon. That's all. Vin?
The one that's raising her hand?
I'm going back and forth as to whether or not there's even a roll to be made. I spent a lot of time in the library looking up the scattering war, and a lot of time in the library looking up Undead, and because we had all that mess with Shadebarrow, like that was sort of the first thing I did in Western. And these are the restless dead of that war in this place. Do I remember anything of the war? Is there a reason they would specifically be going to Western, or just something in that direction? Like there are other points.
Make a history check.
Could I join in on a history check somehow?
Yeah, go for it.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Wait for
Yeah.
Dawn.
Dirty 20 as well.
Hey, okay. You know a deal about the war. I'm not gonna recite you the entire progress of the war, but essentially, when the calamity ended, the various races sort of went here and there and began to immigrate and build places, and the humans settled larger Tal'Dorei continent that was ruled by King Drassic, and King Drassic sort of began a conquest of the land, and then the elves of Singorn stood behind a human, quite surprisingly, Zen Tal'Dorei, who started a rebel army, and through guerrilla warfare tactics began to sort of bring the fight to Drassic and eventually won, becoming the sovereign of the new Tal'Dorei, of the Tal'Dorei Republic. That being said, there were countless wars. This war took place over 32 years. And it was known as the Time of Shrouds. And it spanned the Cliffkeep Mountains to the Verdant Expanse. It was a huge war, so there's countless reasons why anybody could want to do anything. But I will say is that, yeah, no, that would be my answer for your history check. That's all. So it's like it's just too much goddamn history to sort through and be like, this is why. Like, there's nothing that's like, Westrun was the great enemy of, like, there's just too much history there to sort through, even with the 20 to be like, this is why this might be happening.
I respect your forethought, your gathering of information in your head over why this is happening, but I cannot gather anything of my own. It is unfortunate. I wish I had more to give you other than the fact that they are scattering west from what we know.
Are they staying along the road?
No. They are wide in their expanse.
They're based there, but yes, they expand far.
Do they constantly generate, or do we expect them to fully pass us by at some point?
Their numbers have been swelling the past.
It's,
and I would say you've been here for, or this all began about a week ago. And ever since, the numbers have been swelling, more Undead rising.
I arrived around a week ago, and it has been swelling since, in great majority.
And it's been relatively static in the meantime. Like, it hasn't moved much during the time it's been swelling, or it has been moving.
Small movement, swelling is the main part.
I'll tell you what, Radon, given your background, I want you to roll me an investigation check. Sort of like a tactical investigation check of like the behavior here. Or you can roll an insight, your choice.
Okay. So I've got the dice that are rolling hot. That is a modified 21 for a nat 20 for investigation.
Yeah. Like, there's no military organization down there. The only thing that you've seen organization-wise is that like small like bands of these ghoul creatures are following around these like much larger, stronger creatures, but there's no clear military commander as far as you can tell. The only thing that seems to hold tactics is this sort of rendezvousing and allowing the numbers to swell, and you expect in sort of a normal military setting, they're waiting till their numbers are great enough before they move on their target. You don't know when that will be, but it's a lot right now, like you expect enough to siege Westrun.
From what I can gather, they are waiting. They are waiting in number. They already have enough to siege Westrun. I assume they're waiting for more. They wander around in bands, following a slightly tougher one than the weaker ones that follow around, like ducks chasing after their mother. I worry that this... Say it again?
Ghouls and ghasts. It's their social structure.
Essentially. I was saying ghastlies, but yours is much more fun. I've got two clerics here with me. Fiona, you've already met, and Alistair Divitros is also here. He is of the Raven Queen, if you wish to have a discussion with someone who knows a little more of the undead than I do personally. I find myself more in the bin of soldiers than of knowledge of undead matters. But if you are here to help in any capacity, I would like to pass us along with him.
Let's see. Oh, just before we ran into your gnome, we came across a being.
Not my gnome.
Oh, this gnome. A
Thank
gnome.
you.
we came across a being that uh, claimed to be an arch druid of some sort. Do you have any familiarity with this?
Archdruid of Andros.
Avondros, Avondros. DM,
Uh,
may I?
You have not. You can roll a history check if you wish, but you like this is the first time this has been reported. This has not been. This has not come up. You've never heard of any wraith or any archdruid. This is the first time you've heard of it. But yes, go ahead and roll a history check. See if you know anything about this individual.
It's a 19 on the die.
For total, just 19.
Oh no, not on the die. I mean, sorry, modified 19. Sorry,
Oh, okay, gotcha. No problem.
that's my words up.
No, you have not heard of anyone by that moniker, by that name.
This is the first I've heard of it. But this is also the first reporting of it, so this is something interesting. Do I think our Raven Queen cleric might know something?
Possibly.
I
He's a smart one.
Perhaps before we entertain more questions, we're approaching the time of day when the undead seem to be more available to roam. Have they been an issue in large or small bands, ranging this far from where they currently are?
Have we been fighting small groups?
I would say, tactically speaking, you are aware of this. You know that during the daytime, they pretty much lay down. They don't do anything during the day. They just kind of hide in the shade, so to speak. But during the night, yes. Which is why I think you've had the guards patrolling the perimeter, and why you have the lights sort of low to the ground and sort of in the middle of all the barriers of the various caravans. So yes, you get stragglers in this direction, and you've had to move camp a couple of times, but yes, they do range out and scout around.
We've been fighting off roving bands or stragglers, and once or twice had to move camps when it's more than me and my friends can handle, but I'm
Okay.
It hasn't been horrible.
So we're not in immediate horde threat.
I wouldn't have made a camp somewhere I was afraid of that, Nimber.
I'm just thinking.
Right.
So clearly, we wouldn't be here if anyone had a definitive answer right now. So that's not necessarily what I'm asking. But certainly, you've had some considerations as to what, how you might proceed from here.
Simply, we are at an impasse of what to do. There are many considerations. There is the just go around them for everybody involved. There is the take the fight to whatever the central holding point is, but our clerics, I can't get any of that mumbo jumbo necessarily. There is a further point of, waiting for soldiers of Fort Daxio. I cannot move on my own necessarily with the numbers I have here. I was waiting for soldiers of Fort Daxio to arrive upon further movement from me. But with you all here, I don't know. I'm not going to put no eggs in no baskets, and I do not necessarily trust you folk. But it is nice to see other capable people here for the moment.
The one thing to contribute there as well is that, yes, people like this, right on horseback, will have an easier time going around. It's going to take a while, but going around is an option. A little dangerous, but they seem well equipped. But for the average folk, for the merchant who has a huge caravan and wagon, they are sitting ducks. They are very, very slow off-road. It's very dangerous off-road, very high chance of your wagon breaking down, very difficult terrain. So
there's also the thing
Yeah.
to consider, where there are regular people that need help with this issue. And on the other side of this horde, more regular people coming away from Amon. I was lucky enough to fly over the issue. Most people are not privy to this.
Oh, fly over like on the wyvern.
Yes.
I see. So you have the ability to fly over it. So what? I'm sorry. Did you arrive here with a group? What's your investment in this particular group?
My investment is that they are people without direction, in a bad situation.
Oh, well, that's kind.
I think Radon looks at Zarvolk like he just threw up on himself. He's just like I suppose.
How long a flight is it back to Iman?
DM, 80 feet of flight. How long would that
Oh
be?
fuck. So I will say
Days?
it's pretty quick, but yes, days, and it's also a point that a flying amount needs to rest after every 3 hours of flight. They need to take an hour rest in order to. They can't go longer than that, no matter what creature it is.
It's
So yes,
Sorry.
days.
days of flight.
I could find out specifically, but a long time. There and back, a long time.
I don't think Radon's doing specifics.
Yeah.
No, it's all right.
For me to go back, sooner the soldiers of Fort Daxia or the battalions would arrive before I got back. Which would be in bad standard for me anyway if I was just gone when they got here.
Of course.
Well, perhaps there is something that we can do to ease what they would want done. If there is terrain that would, force a bottleneck or something like that, we could pre scout sort of that stuff before the armsmen from Fort Daxio present themselves. That gives us, an opportunity to assist while we are here. We may be able to thin their ranks a little bit, utilizing some of that same opportunity. It won't have a morale impact on them because they don't have any. But every walking corpse that no longer walks, is one less that the soldiery will have to contend with. Or we could try to find what the root cause is and try to pinch that off. But that's outside of my knowledge
Fiona, my friend.
It worked with Jasmine.
Jasmine?
Yes.
Yeah, we had to deal with a banshee, some unresolved issues that they were holding on to in their life, and once they resolved, they went and fucked off into the sky and quit killing miners.
Touch on that in a moment. Fiona, my friend, would you fetch Alistair for me?
Yeah. I'll go get him. And she
Thank you.
saunters off. It doesn't. just to be very quick. It's a small camp. She walks over and she comes back. You see this very attractive human man. He has raven black hair, slicked back, sort of tied. He's got like a red headband. He has like a little sort of just like chin goatee. He is wearing for all intents and purposes, like almost Greek in a way. He's got like the single shoulder sash tunic. He's got a shoulder pauldron, an arm pauldron, and he has like those. He's wearing like those sandals, sort of draped with blue and red cloths, um, and he has like a chest harness across his mostly bare chest, and it has a little raven skull sort of at the joining point. He has a number of daggers on his hip, and he approaches, and he says, "Good evening. We have some new visitors, Raiden."
Sir Divatros, we are looking at, you'll have to forgive me, I am bad with last names on first encounters, but Ember, Zarvolg, I believe, the Grim and Grimmer, High Paladin, thank you, High Paladin Finch, and Yvain, Starseeker, and Just Happy.
The Aurora Concordant.
The Aurora Concordant.
Hey, you heard of us?
Yes,
I feel out
tale
of the
tells
loop now.
tall of you all in Western. I have some people headed in that direction to try and figure out exactly what it is you did all there to bring some excitement to the people.
Well, there are a lot of Minotaurs.
Minotaurs.
We can discuss that at a future opportunity when there's less pressing matters.
Balthazar was like, I have a poem and a song already prepared for when we need to revisit all of that, to be clear. And Alistair goes, very good. Well, anyway, on to, now that the small talk I think is quite well and done with, we have an undead army. I am a cleric of the Raven Queen. And more than that, I intend to see my name known by this Tal'Dorei. So, something must be done, wouldn't we all agree here?
Sounds like
I was bringing the group to you here, hopefully so you could answer some more of their questions, because I am not an expert on the undead. I don't know if you would consider yourself that, but you seem to know a little more than I do.
I would. For many reasons.
All right.
What is it that
How
you
did
would like to know?
Alistair come upon this camp, by the way? Just so I know.
I imagine you were flying over. You saw what was probably a fraction of the size it is now. A large amount of undead that you knew you couldn't handle by yourself, and some stranded caravanners. And you flew down to help, and they were like, drow. And then they were like, oh, wait, you're nice. And then you've been ever since sort of like in charge of their defense, kind of taking control of the caravans, and slowly people trying to go down the road have sort of appeared and needed help if they weren't,
And
ambushed.
Alistair's one of them.
Gotcha. Alistair is not one of them. No, he is not a caravaner. But that is how you came to be here, and that's how you met these people. He was walking down the road by himself, and he seemed to be like trying to figure out the problem by himself, and then he found all of you, and he offered his aid. And as for Balmhand, she came with a caravan.
Gotcha.
She was traveling with them.
Cool.
So, you want to know about the undead? I can help with that.
We'd like to know about these undead specifically. Ghouls, ghasts, and a wraith.
Ghouls, ghost, and a wraith. I hadn't heard about a wraith.
Oh, yes. The spirit of the Archdruid of Andros. Apparently, these are the vengeful dead of the Scattering War.
Oh, well, yes. They have risen from the mass grave that was made by Tal'Dorei way back in the Scattering War, and ghouls, nasty creatures, worse than zombies. Met flesh eaters. Maybe you've encountered one or two on the road if you were heading from Western Way. And excellent. With the presence of ghasts, they are far more powerful. My abilities to turn undead are not quite as potent as they are while the ghast is present. It's not something I think anyone here has the military might to depose, but they are quite dangerous. I'd warn of their bite is not as dangerous as their claws. I would warn you. As for wraiths, they are spirits, they are ghosts, they are, how to put this? When people die, and they die violently, and they have been suffused with dark magic, such as what a warlock will suffer, or a connection to the shadow plane, or something such, they'll rise again as wraiths, and typically hate all life. Was there multiple wraiths, or just one, or what's the situation there?
Just
We
the
only
one.
encountered the one,
And you slayed it.
but where there's one in our albeit limited experience, there is more than one.
Not necessarily. I find that wraiths actually tend to be leaders of undead. Similar to your ghasts to ghouls, they tend to be leaders to,
Spectres.
yes, specters, exactly. The presence of a wraith is interesting. You killed it, I assume.
It gave a warning
Yeah.
and fucked off.
It gave a warning and left.
Yeah.
Wraiths, I've never heard of a wraith doing something like that. They are malevolent spirits. Any remnants of who they used to be are distant memories, and they hate anything that lives. They kill all life they come across. It lets you
Is it
live,
possible?
it just warned you and left.
Is it
Definitely.
possible something could be mistaken for a wraith? Something that has
was-
its intelligence intact?
I was going to suggest, are you certain that it was a wraith you ran into, not something else?
It's not my primary field of study, but I've had more than one excursion with them, and yeah, pretty sure it was a wraith. Not a banshee, not a spectre.
And what was this about it identified itself.
Yes. Archdruid of Andros. It was dressed as a druid as well. I recognize that. But unusual. Druids don't usually support undead. Another piece of information is the ghoul we came across a day or so said something about Evandros. So they are communicating, and Evandros appears to be calling the shots.
Well, that is very interesting, and well, let me put this forth. They are preparing and behaving very unusually, far more organized than what normal, mindless undead such as themselves are driven to. They usually just roam as packs in the night trying to feast on flesh. And here we are, stinking up the place with our being alive and all. And they're not descending upon us, and they are rising in great numbers. If you ask me, this wraith is probably the key to what's going on here.
Well, I would love to have a conversation with her, but again, she fucked off before I could speak.
Well, she's somewhere. Unlike some ghosts, they don't have the power to travel into the ethereal plane, if it is indeed a wraith. So it's around here somewhere. Part of me wants to check out that graveyard, if that's where they're all rising from.
I'm in a same manner of thinking.
It'd
Right
probably be better to do that during the day, yeah?
Mm,
No, probably
I
during the
suppose.
days. So he looks over at you and smiles right at him and says, "Right, probably not best for you."
It's fine. It's been the whole time like this above ground. Let's do it in the sunlight. Let's do it in the sunlight. Let's do it in the sunlight, motherfuckers.
In
Well-
Undercommon, she's gonna say, apparently your eyes never really get used to it.
Do not speak to me in the mother tongue.
All right. Well, in the morning then, an excursion into the graveyard, and we'll see if there's something there that can give us some answers.
What, when you say excursion, what level of opposition are we expecting to face?
Let me put it this
Probably
way: we probably shouldn't run in with a wyvern. I mean, no
I'm-
offense, of course.
Fine.
Stealth might be our ally in this one.
All right, but I'm feeding her extra tonight.
I know many things, but I certainly don't know how to take care of a dragon. Whatever you say is best, of course.
I appreciate your expertise, Alistair. In the morning, an excursion to the graveyard. For the rest of you, within reason, take of the camp is yours. Relax, find comfort in the fires. I'm always free to talk at any point if you need any help getting around, but it's not that big.
Are you cooking communally or as individuals?
I figure Radha would be supporting meals as a community, but definitely not
Sure.
cooking. He's not a cook.
Well, that's happening regardless, because people want to talk. Nobody
Yeah.
here is... Everyone's
There's-
nervous, you know?
There's usually a bonfire. It's, there's this circle of chairs conveniently somewhat behind me, which I assume is where that's happening.
Yeah, like a lot of people are sleeping in their caravans and in their tents and stuff, but people are, definitely having meals around the fire, sort of like talking, looking back at you guys, observing the new warriors that have come to see if the clerics have any sort of ability to save us. Balmhand, Fiona Balmhand, she'll say, well, as long as you guys are all going into the graveyard, I think it would be, if it's okay, that I might hang back and keep an eye on the camp, and if any of you need any healing when you get back, I can perform that.
Fiona, I implore you to. These people need your guiding hand.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And she'll say, okay, I'm gonna just go check on some people. Some people still have a couple bites that need healing. Mm-hmm. And she'll kind of wander off, and she's gonna go from tent to tent and make sure everybody's okay. No disease, no maladies or anything. Cool. Alistair will sort of go to Eurodon and says, can I talk to you?
Oh, yes, of course, my friend.
He'll
I'll step off with him.
Yep, step off. And there's not much to be said here, narrated, but he will be like, so how is the god? And he'll ask you about the managing of the guard. And he's done this since he's arrived. He's very a leader, very much tries to impose himself as a leader. You're being looked to as well, and it's maybe at times you two have clashed about leadership, but
almost mom and dad.
Maybe a little bit, but definitely asks you about the guard and says, well, what do you think of this plan, do you think? What is your assessment of these warriors? I've heard, I received some sendings about...
What do you know about them? Because you seem to have a general idea of their group name? They have a group name?
Yes, they're adventurers out of the east. Not much is known about them, other than the fact that Westren was under some malady. I had sent someone to check on the situation. He had been suspicions of dangers in Westren, and I sent someone there, and then, well, haven't heard from him since, so clearly the danger was much, and, there was nightmares and children kidnappings, and there's some rumors about some demonic activity. And I've sent more agents as of since to Western to try and figure out what's going on, but apparently they solved the situation.
If they are capable, then I, at the very least, have idea that the excursion will somewhat be fruitful if this graveyard is where we can find anything. But
the agent I sent was very experienced. If he fell to whatever dangers were, and they survived, I wouldn't doubt their capabilities.
I have doubt of anybody that doesn't introduce themselves.
It's fair.
Letting one person talk for the whole group. Worrying.
There are leaders and there are followers.
Fair. I do appreciate your expertise in this time, Alistair.
Yours as well. Right, and we're lucky to find someone of your veteran experience.
Thank you. I will talk with them some more tonight, or at least sit with them if they do.
I will
just
ask the Raven Queen. Yes, of course. I will ask for the Raven Queen's opinion on the matter. Try and consult with her, see what she has to say.
Well, let me know if she says anything. Be quite interesting.
We'll see. And he'll wander off.
I get like a little shiver up my spine from anyone that talks to a god.
Fair enough. I'm gonna post you guys a picture of this guy because he's pretty cool. Make sure I'm not spoiling anything here. Yeah, maybe a little bit, but I'm gonna post you a picture in Roll20. I'm gonna just I'm gonna put all the information away actually, because you don't know a lot about him yet. But here is the picture of Alistair de Vervos in Roll20, if anyone's in there.
Amazing.
Okay. Camp is yours for the evening. You have an excursion in the morning, but what do you do in the meantime?
I'm gonna go over to where the group of people are
All right, you head over.
with Fen.
Yeah, with Fen. Fen comes along happily. You are a rather dark figure, glowing yellow eyes. This warhound who's got like this war scar across its face, and horns, and you've got this glaive. As you stand there, they kind of all like shudder at your approach.
Yeah, I'm gonna stand kind of like half in, half out of the firelight, quietly, and just sort of enjoy that tension.
All right, you're like you get to the edge of bright light, and you're like, okay, no, we're dim light babies over here. So you do. You kind of sit at the edge of the light, and they all kind of like can't help but like look at you and try not to be rude, but they are a little bit. And one says, would you care to sit, sir?"
Oh yes, thank you.
Sort of walk into the light, take a seat. Very much that sort of like stranger on the road
Right.
vibe. And they're all like,
Very intentional.
they've all gone very quiet as you sit there, very tense. Roll me an intimidation check. Let's see how well you're pulling this off.
Good. Does Fen get the roll too?
Yeah, roll Fen. Fen gets advantage.
Right. I got a 9 for intimidation, but Fen got an 18.
An 18. This is very much like whoever's seen Game of Thrones when like Robb Stark brings Grey Wind into Jaime Lannister's like cage. We're like, yeah, you're intimidating and you're a tough guy and everything, but like not so much that people are like shuddering, but you have this like scarred, almost blinded at one point warhound with like minotaur horns sticking out of its barding and like snake skin across it, and it's just sort of like at the edge of the thing, and you're just sort of like maybe like petting your giant warhound, and they're all like, there's definitely a lot of fear directed at Fen, more than you, but it all adds up.
Well, that's fantastic. Ember's going to walk over to the central fire and, check in the pod and go, and he'll turn to the bearded guy in purple and go, what have we got to work with? Because I can do better than this.
Yeah, you like open the lid of the pot, and there's a sort of like, as like everyone was sort of locked in the tense moment with like Fen and Zarvolg, and then it kind of sees you, and you're like, "What are we working with?" It goes, "Oh, it's just a stew, some meats and vegetables, nothing too impressive." You're welcome to some, sir, if you wish.
That's fine. Let me see if I can't
Make it better.
find something to elevate the evening, because I generally find that when people are stressed and freaked out, they can get something, filling in, they'll feel a little bit better.
So people are like, oh, okay, okay. Why don't you make me either a wisdom or intelligence based cooking utensil check, so with proficiency.
We'll go be a 19.
Yeah, this tense camp after like 10, 15 minutes, you kind of like introduce some spices from your pack and maybe you find some stuff around here and you kind of just like talk about the stew and talk about the cooking and it sort of soothes people and you start handing around like most of it's been eaten by now at this late hour, but you pass around what's left. They kind of, oh, they have like a little night snack, a little extra better stew, and you see a little bit of warmth return on this sort of cold freaked out evening. They'll ask who you are and like what are you doing here and how you got trapped on the side of the road like the rest of them, and um, just sort of begin to make small talk. And yeah, you alleviate some of the tension. It's still there, but not as fearful as it was that Zarvolk was
And
stoking.
I'll explain that, I'm a tavern keeper originally from Amman, that I had caused to need to travel to Stillben and Western, uh, and I was on my way back there when all of this occurred. Not unlike yourselves.
People sort of like nod in understanding, and these guys are all merchants. One guy will be like, "Oh, I was just taking a shipment of ore from a connection I have in the west," and another guy will say, "Oh yeah, I got a shipment of spices from Stilben, and I was shipping it to Imon. I don't know why that makes any sense, but I was doing it." And people are just kind of sort of like talk about the goods that they were trying to bring to the city to sell and trying to make it big in the city. A couple people, and yeah, not unlike yourselves, they're just sort of stranded. Yeah. Is there anything else anyone wants to do?
Yes.
Yes, go for it.
Yes. Can I, let's see here. Can I like find a place that is like a little bit more, like reserved where I wouldn't be in like,
Yeah, a little more secluded.
yes.
Um, the camp is pretty,
Doesn't have to be
there's
like completely hidden, just like kind of out of the way.
out of the way. Okay, I gotcha. You could find your way, yeah, between some of the cavern or some of the places. Beverly could have set up your tent somewhere, and you could go into your tent. There's definitely options.
That's
Nothing too
Yeah,
too
why don't we
crowded.
why don't
Nothing
we do
bad.
that? And like I'll send her if she sets up the tent, then I'll like send her on her way and just give her like a little bit of warning, remind her to like stay within the confines of the camp, but like let her kind of like free roam and give me time to like be in the tent on my own.
Yeah, yeah. She goes, yeah. She says, oh yeah, no problem. And she'll just keep close to the tent. She'll probably find Ember. Be like, Mr. Ember, can I help you with anything? And probably as it has been done in the last couple days, starts helping around the fire. But what would you like to do, Finch?
I would like to um I would like to try and repent. I feel like the events that have happened over the past couple hours or several hours or day or so are like really weighing heavy on them, and I think they're going to start to have a little bit of like flashbacks to earlier in our adventure where they were like having doubts about like their beliefs like in the Platinum Dragon, and now I feel like this is like putting them back in like that headspace, since I know like we talked about them having like an acute awareness of like what has happened now that there's been like an oath transgression.
Hmm.
So I think that they're going to try and repent to Bahamut.
Okay. You go in. You have your shield, which you could sort of prop up if you wanted like a
Yeah.
semi-altar. You have your amulet. Um, do you have a do you have words in mind for the Platinum Dragon?
I think I would just try and like hold on to my holy symbol and like really try and get like to a centered place, maybe focus on like when we've like been coming from West Run and like the work that I did like with the church. So like really trying to like center myself like into that like holy space, if you will. And I will try and speak to the Platinum Dragon. So I will say I I wish I could say that I knew or that I understood what happened back there, but I don't. I don't find myself or consider myself losing faith in you, losing guidance in the oath that I pledged myself to, and yet this transgression, this misstep, this I wish I can't even wrap my brain around what has happened, how I feel like I have let you down. And after all that you've done for me, I don't know. I've had such faith in your guidance and your light, and I don't know what's happening. I don't have doubt in your power and your guidance and your protection. And I ask for you to help me understand, to help bring clarity, um, so that I can make good, and get right with the oath that I swore myself to. And I'll just try and like focus on that, not really expecting much of anything to come from that, because I feel like Bahamut's pretty disappointed in me.
I'll tell you what, make me a wisdom-based religion check.
Not great. That's a 13.
13.
Yes.
In the way as contemplation goes, like, you know, the Platinum Dragon doesn't come down from the sky or anything like that, but you do sit there in that space of sort of as much serenity as you could obtain, as much sort of personal contemplation as you can muster. And you think about the moment you lost, or that one spell swapped around, that one sort of hiccup in the oath, that step that brought you to sort of the razor edge of what all paladins fear to become. And you recall the moment of, you know, Ember, like there was nothing you could have done in the moment. It was sort of, it's happened. There was no defense for it. You were too far away, even if you meant to stop him. And that person was executed. And then you see and you remember, it was pretty much after what you said that transition happened, where that sort of dark power sort of took a little hold of you when you sort of consented to Ember's actions. You sort of made good with it. And more than that, you recall, so you think that might have been like a law portion of it, but there is, to say, a cleric in the camp that happens to be a cleric of the Lawbearer. And it's not your god, but is a god of the law, and one that I think in ancient religion, in your studies, would know that Arathis and Bahamut got along quite well. They're very buddy, and they always have been. And you have quite wisely, as is advised by many paladins, to seek out the guidance of a cleric in the past. Perhaps she might have some guidance for you, but the moment sort of comes clear into your mind, the moment of what happened, whether you agree with it or not. That is what sort of made the little twist there, that moment, that consent to the execution.
And I think I'll sit on that. And I think that I'll let that like kind of seep in, and obviously I think kind of depending on what happens with this caravan. Like I will likely seek out that cleric and I will kind of like meditate there for a while, and I think I will just kind of wrap everything up with the basic prayer of the Platinum Dragon, which is leave me blind to all but true light of justice. And I will just sit on that.
Awesome. Very awesome. Go ahead and take inspiration, Finch. Ooh. Um. All right, so maybe we'll come to that in a little bit, where you seek out Balm Hand. Who else? Who else? Yvain? We haven't heard from you. You have anything?
Yeah, as soon as everyone seems to settle in, she's going to go to the darkest place she can find. Still in the remains of camp, but she wants to. Actually, before I even do that, is it starry or is it still cloudy? Because if it's still cloudy, then that changes my plans.
It is a starry night.
Yes. So yeah, I'm going to the same place where I can actually, look at the stars because there's no clouds obscuring them.
Despite the torchlights, you can see the stars quite well. There is no. Amon's quite a far ways away, and you're quite right in the middle of the dividing plains. There is no light pollution that is going to block the array of majesty above you. It is a clear night, despite the campfires and such. You will see it just fine wherever you may be tonight, as long as there's no trees overhead.
I've looked over the star map maybe hundreds, maybe thousands of times since I've had it.
Right.
With that in my mind, I sort of want to project it onto the night sky and orient myself in Tal'Dorei in the sky on the map. Does that make sense?
I get you. Interesting. Why don't you make me... You're not proficient with, like, cartographer's tools or anything like... No. Navigation, anything like that? Any tools?
So we had talked about, like, way back when, you giving her proficiency in the navigator's tools as like a gift from her father, and she has them, but we never actually, like, you never actually did it, so I don't know if it's a thing or not. So technically she could or she couldn't based on your decision, sir.
Okay.
Because the father had been a
yeah,
at the sea and stuff, specialist.
I don't really recall that, and I hate to go back on myself, but I would say, like, if that was a proficiency you wanted, you could take that as part of your, you could have taken that as part of your background. But I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, it may not be a tool specifically, but you're proficient with the star map. You're a fucking star druid. So why don't you make me, as you sort of align it to the sky, why don't you make me a proficient wisdom check, as you are quite familiar with the specific item.
I am... If I can do it from my mind and not open the map, I will. If I have to open the map, I am, like, blocking out the words.
It's a pretty complex map.
Blocking out... Even if I have to put books over the writing,
I'll tell you what. If you really don't want to use the map on the sky, I'll say you can make the roll at disadvantage. If you're trying to, like, do this purely from memory.
Wisdom based. Nah, fuck it. I'll open the map. Fuck it.
All right.
This is important.
And I'd also ask what it is you're trying to do or learn. Is it just sort of like the fascination of the stars on the map itself, or
not at all?
Okay.
So triangulation requires 3 points. You can get to anywhere you want to go so long as you have 3 points.
Mm-hmm.
This map exists, like this map that I'm holding, it's something.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it in the night sky? And assuming that all of those stars are in a place, then where is Exandria cosmically in relation to, like, it's sort of a trying to align herself with planes almost?
Got it.
I think maybe what she's trying to do is figure a z-axis, right? That everything moves, but it moves in a pattern, and she's trying to get a pinpoint so that if she did this again and again in different places, she'd have an idea of how the stars are moving in
Okay, I
relation to the plane
see.
of Exandria.
You're beginning a sort of research experiment, so to speak.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and make me the check.
Wisdom-based proficiency, so that should be decent. Give me a moment. All right, so all right, so that is a 19.
A 19.
Yeah.
Takes a bit. Like, this is a complicated star map that you possess. It is like it's a long scroll, and if you unrolled the whole thing, it'd probably go from like it'd probably be like a good like 40 feet of like page. Like it's a big ass thing. But the edge of it is the star map, so it takes a while of you going through it and looking up at it. It's gonna take a little while. This isn't something you're gonna go, yeah, that's it. This will take a while. But you begin to look at it. You sort of recognize the constellations because as of now, the star map is just dots on the page. But you know where the chalice is, where the hunter is, where the dragon is, and you sort of look up and kind of try and find the chalice or this or that. You looked at the star map quite often, but I don't know how much you've looked at the actual, like you've looked at the starry sky, but academically speaking. So it takes a while, but eventually, what time of year is it? All right.
Fall going into winter. I'm going to guess just past the fall solstice.
I think you sort of like look in the sky, and with a 19, I'll say that you find one of the three that you are familiar with on your star map. There are many, many more. And once you find that one, we'll say we find the chalice, and you find it on yours, and you begin to try and like align it justly so past that, but the configuration of the various stars on your star chart don't fit with the chalice that you see in the night sky.
Would you repeat that, please?
So there's the night sky, right?
Yeah.
There's the chalice here, and we'll say there's the fucking Big Dipper here, right? And that's just how it works. Whatever, I'm just pulling something out of my butt. And as you look at your star map, you're like, oh, there's the chalice, perfectly. So you put it onto the sky where the chalice is. You're like, great, so logically on my star map, the Big Dipper should be here on my star map. It is not there. Nor is any other star. It seems to be like a completely different arrangement of stars on your star map as to the night sky you're looking at. Constellations,
Okay.
but different.
I'm going to go talk to Ember.
Okay. You find Ember in the middle of the camp, sort of carousing, talking, feeding delicious soup to some people as like the mood begins to lighten a little bit.
My friend, I need smart person thoughts. So here I am, and it helps that you know maps. Also, if you're actually speaking, your thing is muted and I can't hear you.
Okay. Can I help? I'm not certain I qualify as a smart person, but whatever I know is at your disposal.
So, one of the forms I use is the chalice. It's the one that I use that helps me, give your breathing. We like that one. So, that one is there. And she's going to point it out.
Okay.
Now, based on what I see, the dipper is there. Now this makes sense, yeah? Right? There they are, in the sky. Unrolls the map. But this is different. Now there's some truth to this, right? A capital T truth in some sort of cosmic way we don't understand. We can talk about that another time, actually. But it's not like an overturned bowl with all these dots of light. Like, It's just a whole bunch of stuff that's out there, and Exandria, where we are, is just a point in that. Is there a way, do you think, to make sort of a three-dimensional map like you do with Red, but with like where Exandria is and where the stars are based on, say, the seasons?
Well, I'm certain if we're Western, that the answer to that was they already have one. Uh, we know for a fact that the constellations change by season. Uh,
But they must do so in
some,
a predictable way, yes?
I would presume.
I didn't have enough time to really ask that much at the observatory. Okay, so do you remember that horrible headmaster? When we broke into the library? That one. The one who didn't want to let us look at her books. Anyway. Funny thing is, she happened also to be the headmistress of the Human Observatory. In fact, would you believe the dusty old bitch is related to Humanor? I shouldn't say that. That is rude. I'm sorry. I'm really struggling, Ember. I got stood up, and I knew she was going to stand me up. Of course she was. And like all of these other people are here, and she stops.
Oh yeah, everyone's listening, by the way. Everyone's like fully like eating their soup, like listening to you talk about stars and your ex-girlfriend or your girlfriend, I don't know. And
I'm so sorry. I'm so
someone's
sorry.
like,
I'm
you
leaving.
got stood up? That's terrible.
Oh my god! And then done. Oh my god! So listen, it was ironic. I thought it was tragic, but it was not. It was ironic because there was horrible circumstances with her work that I knew before she knew, and had she shown up to the date, I would have told her all about them. But she never showed up because of them. Anyway,
Someone in the crowd goes, that bitch!
no, she's not a bitch. No, that's not the bitch. And then she got arrested. Can you believe it?
Someone says, wait, I'm confused. Is the headmaster, were you dating the headmaster? Or
Oh
is there someone
no,
else?
no! She was old. Well, she's not old enough to be my mum. My mum's a couple 100 years old. But like, if she's human. She could old enough to have a human child, I think. Anyway, she's
Oh.
right. So no, not her. My girlfriend. No, two totally different things. I've just been sort of pouty about it. But we have bigger problems right now, so I sort of need to get over it. So I was explaining why I've been a little out of sorts. But anyway, now that I was just going to, maybe get some help in learning some of this stuff a little better, since apparently I'm the only one of me who is me. So there you go.
Well, what I can tell you, Yvain, is that I'm pretty certain that the the constellations change with regularity by season. And I am certain that anybody who does sea travel would probably be your best point, because I'm given to understand they use them for navigation.
Yeah.
Uh, a, a a a a certain type of wizard might also be of benefit, or what have you, because I'm given to understand that some alignments in the heavens have some interaction with some things arcane. Uh, at least that's what you hear in the stories. To what degree that impact exists, I don't I don't have the personal experience to be able to say, but uh, that's that's what you hear told. I'm thinking somebody who is much more learned in the arcane. Uh, like if we get to Amon, the
Arcana
the
Panasophical.
somebody there could could perhaps illuminate, if you'll pardon the pun, uh, that particular conundrum. I'm certain that maps of those regular seasoned changes exist.
Yeah.
Um,
I just wanted to figure it out on my own a little bit before I went looking for things. I feel a little
and
negligent, but we've
there's
done so
nothing
much.
wrong with figuring out stuff for yourself, but do keep in mind that it isn't incumbent on you to undertake every exploration of knowledge. You are allowed to derive from somebody else's efforts. Uh, for me, I may get a recipe from one of these good folks, and I may iterate on that my own self. I don't have to devise theirs and then take on that additional iterative challenge. I can just accept their knowledge as a starting point for my own exploration. So don't be concerned about knowing what baseline of information that you want before you start to branch off into your own area of.
There aren't too many druids who deal with, primordial stuff this way, like, stars and anyway, we really need to get to Amon.
So do all these folks.
Yeah.
One hurdle at a time. Or
Later on, I
back
can
up
give you an
undead,
update
as the
about.
case may be.
Ain't that the truth? Later on, I can give you an update about Anna.
Oh,
But
okay.
she was arrested for the fuckery. I told her to look for Jewel.
Not the
That's
fuckery.
unfortunate.
Getting her involved like that, she was completely innocent, you know? For her to be arrested, I had to tell her. At least had to give her some direction. So I did.
I'm certain that her good works will speak for themselves. There are ways to ascertain truth, and we know that she wasn't involved in any of those shenanigans, and that will present itself in due time. It'll be a minor inconvenience for her, to be sure, but that's all it'll end up being.
I hope so. I hope
I have no doubt in my mind.
But yeah, anyway.
Okay. Let's travel on here. I know Finch, you have something else you want to do. What about you, Raiden? Is there anything else that you would like to get done tonight?
I think Radon generally has the same thing around the camp where he checks in with any of the groups that aren't necessarily around the fire, and then ends that by feeding Farash his wyvern.
All right. You go checking around. Um, you like go to find Varash, and there's like a little sort of like you see some guards are standing where Varash was, and they kind of just like point down the guard line. And they're like, she just kind of wandered in that direction, just that way. We're just coming to tell you.
Immediate quick walk.
Yeah,
Just
immediate
like,
quick walk.
yeah.
You actually come upon a sight, Finch. As you are getting out of your tent, you sort of like get out of your tent, you kind of like look around, you look to your left, you see a big wyvern head sort of leaning over the rope line and like sort of over you, just sort of like looking at you. And like right there. Like it could bite your fucking head off if it wanted to. And it sort of looks at you and kind of like tilts its head. Sort of tilts its head the other way. And right in as you come around the corner, you see this scene. Fincher just kind of holding still.
Now,
yeah.
Being from, Amman and a little the center of like populace before, has this happened before?
This is a very
No?
well-trained wyvern. Wyvern are infamously difficult mounts. They are horribly difficult to train, and they're very dangerous. So when they are trained well, and you have done so.
There
Yeah.
there is a very quick and sharp whistle, which isn't aggressive, but it's just like enough to catch the attention, which is the usual thing for Farash.
Yeah.
But I am also doing that and then staring daggers at Finch.
Before that goes off, you go to whistle, you bring your hand up, you see something else that Varash has never done before. Sort of staring you in the face, Finch, like right there, kind of like it sort of like lowers its head to you almost in a bow.
I am going to maintain eye contact and put my hand out to pet it.
And yeah, you're like right there, Radon. You're like watching this, like, what the fuck? Your wyvern, and like, not even your wyvern. Wyvern don't bow. Dragons are vain, like all other dragons, vain, authoritative, like territorial, mean creatures. And you kind of like put your hand on it, Finch. Make an animal handling check.
And I lose my hand.
Don't roll low. Yeah, don't roll low is the answer to that.
That's a
Oh no.
14.
Okay. I saw the face. I was like, oh god. You just sort of like put your hand on its head and you're like, holy shit, I'm touching a dragon. And you touch its head and it kind of like, it's like, just kind of like, makes like little sounds and you feel its like hard scales under your gauntlet. And you sort of touch its head and its eyes are like looking up at you in its eyes. And here's the thing, Radon. You don't look a wyvern in the eye. Unless you're like its master like you are, you do not look a wyvern in the eye, it will kill you. That's a challenge. Finch is staring it down in the eyes and it is submitting to Finch. And Finch sort of puts its hand on its head and allows it, which is completely outside wyvern behavior, completely unheard of. And then you let your whistle off?
Yes.
You let the whistle off, and immediately the wyvern turns and sort of like brings its hand out from under Finch and like brings its head up and looks at you. And it's well under your command as it always has been.
Yeah, very quickly after the whistle, it's like a throw of the fish that Radon's been carrying for the wyvern. And it's not just one fish, it's like 3 fucking giant, like tuna sized.
Yeah. One, it just like snaps right out of the air. Which probably is a little like holy fuck to you, Finch, because it's like it was right there and that could have been your head. It just like alligator like
Snaps it. Yeah.
like right out of the air and like chews it and bites it down and then goes to the other ones and starts like eating them.
There's like a small, no gauntlet because I don't want to crunch into the scales, but just like a pet on the side that, in a very specific spot that Farash is used to. But while
Yep.
petting, I look to Finch. You have an affinity for the Draconic?
I do. And I will like very discreetly just like flash my shield like a little bit, enough to show like that the shield is like just like the head of Bahamut.
Which you would recognize easily, Radon, very well-known god.
You were introduced to me as a high paladin. May I assume it's of Bahamut?
Yes, it is. Myself and my family are devout followers of the Platinum Dragon.
Well, you have my reference, high paladin. This is Farash. Have not seen that happen, but I will take it as a sign that at least she trusts you.
Impressive creature.
Thank you. She has been my ward for quite some time now, and I could not do what I do without her.
I'll just like walk away like respectfully and just kind of like maybe go find Beverly, but like yeah, kind of like give that not a second thought.
Yeah, okay. Like, whatever.
Like, okay.
No big deal. No big deal.
On the inside, I'm fangirling really hard.
Yeah. Giving like, now that like the person who seems a little stiff is out of the way, just straight up like dog petting Faraj. Just like, yeah. You just made somebody's day. You just made somebody's day. Nice fat girl.
Incredible. Love it. Okay, cool. We will get to Finch in a second, but I do want to say there's something going on at the campfire where people are like, well, what's going to happen? Are we gonna be okay? And like, there's a little talking. You're there too, Ember, and eventually Balmhand comes over and is like talking with Balthazar, who has his lyre out and is sort of like strumming, and she kind of like takes out her lute. And she goes, they're talking like bards and whatever. And they're kind of like musing with each other. And they go, some guy from it says, how about a song? How about a poem or a song or something? And they both look at each other. Balmhand says, hey, I got a pretty good one about Scattering War. It's come up a couple times tonight. The Fall of Warren Drassic. Have you heard it? He goes, I've heard of it. I actually have an original about the Aurora Concordance adventures. And they all like, does anyone at the camp have any preference?
Battle of the Bards.
Battle of the Bards.
Yes.
Play both at the same time.
Both at the same. As we add the words about. Okay.
Bard battle.
They're like, all right. Well, Balthazar will say, well then, who will go first? It's like, how about you, Miss Bolham? She says, all right. The fall of. All right. This is an old war song about the fall of Warren Drassic, about midway through the Scattering War, and it's about his fall at the village of Torthil. So I'm not gonna sing, but I will tell you the poem, so to speak. But she'll play it, and she will roll. She rolls pretty good. She sings a good tune. He says, in the village of and there's gonna be a handout for this, so you don't need to try and write while I'm going if you don't want to, because it's a lot. It says, in the village of Torthil, where shadows did creep, King Drassic arrived, his armies in sweep. Whispers of refugees, defiance in the air. A tyrant sought dominance, the village in despair. The cobbled streets echoed with the boots of the horde as they searched each building, unsheathing their swords. The once lively market now still and silent, a village of whispers where fear had its fill. And the sun dipped low, casting a crimson hue as Drassic's army gathered, their conquest in view. In the village square, the tyrant stood tall, a puppet master orchestrating the fall. Victory is ours, Drassic proclaimed, his voice a thunderous echo as the villagers remained. He spoke of dominance, power, and might as the people of Torthil trembled in fright. But in the shadows an alliance took form. Elves from Singorn and rebels brave and warm. Zan Tal'Dorei, their leader with a heart strong, a hero reborn to right the world's wrongs. Silent as the night, the archers took aim. The arrows like whispers in the dark they came. Drassic, unaware, continued his tale as fate wove a twist in the darkening gale. The arrows pierced through the veil of the night, finding their mark in the dwindling twilight. Drassic fell silent, his speech incomplete, a tyrant undone in the villager's heartbeat. Chaos erupted as the rebels emerged, with blades unsheathed and destiny surged. The alliance of elves and humans alike fought for freedom against the oppressor's strife. The villagers, once caged in their fear, joined the rebellion, their victory near. The echoes of arrows, the clash of the fight, and Torthill's square, where darkness met light. As Drassic laid still, his reign at an end, the alliance stood strong with a message to send. In the village of Torthill, where hope had survived, a new dawn arose and freedom revived. And the crowd, woo, lets out a little quiet applause for the tale of the fall of Lord Drassic the Tyrant. Goes, and there you have it. That's how the first King Drassic fell in the Scattering War. Didn't mark the end of the war, but it marked the end of his reign, and he was the worst of the two, I think, in some people's opinion. Balthazar would say, well, he didn't have an army of demons. Well, that is a fair opinion, my Goliath friend. Balthazar's like, you want another one?
Absolutely.
Well,
Yeah.
I have been on the road a couple days, and I've had time to prepare for. So, would you all like, which song would you like? The Spirit of the Bramblewood, The Nightmare of Westren, The Demon of Slate Rock Tower, or The Road Warriors?
Nightmare of Westren.
The Nightmare of Westren. At this point, you see Alistair sort of like comes out of wherever he's been sort of praying, and he kind of like, sort of like flipping a dagger around in his hand, kind of leans against something. He's definitely curious to hear this tale. He says, all right, the Demon of Slate Rock... Sorry, you said the Demon of Slate Rock Tower or the Nightmare of Westren? Which one was
Nightmare
it?
of Westren.
Nightmare of Westren it is. He pulls out his lyre. Balmhan is definitely a more lively, sort of simple, not like enthusiastic, but a much more sort of like kinder tone, a little hopeful, sort of like a softly hopeful. This is a tragedy bard. Mr. Balthazar Bleak Skull is a little bit more dim as he plays his lyre with a darker tone. And he'll speak of the Nightmare of Westren. In the shadowed realm of Westren's despair, where nightmares dance in the cool night air, yellow eyes a curse haunting each dream, the city weeps in the grip of relentless scream. Childhood's laughter silence stolen away, kidnapping rampant, a price to pay. The Lord Mayor's plea, a desperate call for a savior to emerge to break the thrall. Ember the Genasi in flames he is draped, joins a game of elements a pawn is shaped. Philanthropic whispers, a sponsor's decree, a cursed city's plea, a lament for thee. The Aurora concordant adventurers bold, champions chosen, elemental stories told. Easton, scarred gunslinger, blood hunter's kin, jewel of twilight, rogue with a gambler's spin. In the market where dreams are sold, twins of deception and silver they hold. Nyx and Vril with sinister glee, exploiting nightmares, a dark jubilee. Temple of the Raven Queen, where death resides. Easton meets Adam, in darkness he confines. A monster, a nightmare, a fate to defy in the city's heart where shadows lie. Ember, in slums beneath the underwalk. A duel in fire, a Goliath's downfall in shock. Champion of Earth defeated and shamed, a coward's flight, a city untamed. Yvain's wisdom, the cobalt soul's lore, research of nightmares, the library to explore. Fiends and monsters, dark revelations unfold. The boogeyman, an ogre mage, a tale untold. Adam's suspicions, tieflings in disguise, warlocks and merchants, their evil ties. Champion of air, Alice Sylph so fair, with blades unsheathed they confront the lair. In the dead of night, in the opal ward's gaze, the party strikes with fire ablaze. One tiefling slain, the other escapes to the underwalk's depths where darkness shapes. Children imprisoned in darkness cold, the boogeyman's lair, a tale to be told. Zarvolgan fen, a hunter's bloodshed, a tiefling's demise in shadow he tread. Yet nightmare looms with claws so keen, a battle ensues where darkness convenes. Finch, the paladin, a beacon of light, calls upon Bahamut, for justice they smile. In a blaze of glory, a divine smite, the nightmare of Weston succumbs to the fight. Aurora concordant battered but whole, children saved, darkness lifted, a shattered soul. The city of Westrin, in the dawn's soft gleam, a bittersweet victory, a shattered dream. Ember and his companions, scarred and changed, in the tragic ballad, their destinies arranged. And he bows. And there's an applause. There's like a, ooh, all right, okay, cool. All right.
I just gotta look at Alistair like raise an eyebrow.
Alistair, like, has been listening intently, and he kind of approaches the fire, and he says, "So you all knew Adam Volsk?"
Yeah. I mean, not new, met. He was an associate of Easton's, but he fucked off. We did, like, literally. He wasn't there anymore.
I suspected that he was dead.
Possibly.
He's a friend of mine. I haven't heard from him in some time. Unlike him.
He his association was really limited to Easton. I don't know that anyone had any time with him except for that one bit at the tavern that once. Like, we literally just met him, but we did meet him.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh shit, I'll take that. 16.
16. He sort of nods. Says, "Where is this Easton, a blood hunter?"
I don't know where Easton is. Maybe still in Western. Tale mentioned Easton and the Jewel of Twilight. They ran off together.
Oh. Thank you for letting me know. He'll kind of give another sort of like side glance to you, Radon, and then he'll kind of just like depart the firelight back to wherever he was. Balthasar says, "Well, I hope you all enjoyed that, but maybe it's time we called it an evening, perhaps." And many people sort of, "It is getting late." They all begin to sort of like hand the bowls off, and then there's the squire in the corner scrubbing bowls, because that's her job, and things begin to be packed up as the camp is beginning to settle down for the night. Is there anything else anyone would like to do this evening?
Yeah. I'm going to use the Dream Cleaver if it's. I'm assuming since we've had dinner and sat around the fire and heard songs or whatever, it's like a reasonable hour to expect normal people to be asleep.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I'll head for somewhere. I mean, it doesn't have to be super isolated, but just somewhere where I'm out of the way because I gotta get all trancy.
You can get to your tent. The good part about a paladin having a squire means that you all have a squire, so your tent's been set up.
Nice. All right. And I'm assuming now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming from what I heard earlier that it doesn't, although I'm sorry, I forgot the guy's name. But he said he'd been in contact with people heading toward West Run, but it doesn't sound like he knows he's actually made any positive contact with anyone in West Run.
Oh, you're referring to Alistair?
Yes.
He said he has people headed that way.
Okay. I was just okay. Then I'm going to visit Lysandra Callos, the mayor of Westron, in a dream.
Okay. You drive the Dream Cleaver to the ground. You focus on its power. Let's see. Let's see if the mayor of Westrun is asleep right now. Lucky, she is.
All right.
You sort of peel into her dream, and you feel sort of the weight of someone who is quite tired. And no dreams have begun to form yet. You expect that she actually probably went to sleep like a couple minutes ago, and the dream juices haven't quite start playing their song yet. But you enter into her dream, and what would you like to do?
Sure. I want to put us in the or create the atmosphere around her that we're back at the Hazel Festival, and the Aurora Concordat is standing up on the stage receiving their medals.
All right.
And then, like, as that ceremony is ending, Zarvo kind of steps off and steps toward wherever Lysandra feels that she is, and um says,
She shakes your hand as she's like pinning the medal on your chest.
"I have something I need to tell you."
Yes, Salvo. Okay.
And
What would you like to tell me?
he takes a step back and kind of like gestures behind him, and it's the plainsy area of the intersection of the Sun Cut roadway and the what's the other big roadway?
The Wildwood Byway.
Wildwood Byway. And the undead, the ghoul army is that we saw earlier. Like essentially, he's broadcasting like that image, right, of what they saw earlier at the crossroads.
Right.
And he says,
She'll recognize it. She says, "This is the Suncut Crossroads."
it is. Warn the people of Westrun and travelers through. This crossroad cannot be passed at this time. I'll let you know when the way is safe again.
I see. Very well. She's in a dream, and people, for whatever reason, we all believe our dreams as they're happening. So she'll believe it by the power of dream, and she'll go, "I will prepare Westrun. Thank you, Zarval. Thank you.
It just
Please,
kind
yes, keep in touch."
he just kind of bows, subtly but respectfully, and says, "Get some rest." And then I'll just close off the dream.
All right. The mayor of Westrun has been informed of the potential coming army. Okay. Finch, I know you wanted to talk to the cleric.
Yeah, I'll go and try and seek them out before, I guess, or as everyone's like settling in for the night.
Sure. And for the record, everyone would have heard these songs. No one. It's a small camp for one, and for two, you would have been heading that way. So we'll say, like, as everyone's packing up, you probably were standing nearby and heard all the songs, Finch, and you pull the cleric of Arathis aside, Theona Balmhand, and she says, "Hi, Paladin Finch, right?"
That's right. And I'll like extend my hand out to like shake theirs.
She'll shake your hand. She'll reach out.
Oh,
She's a little gnome girl.
that's right. Yeah, she's a little gnome girl, and I'm 6 foot tall, so
Yeah, she's 3 feet. She's less than half your height.
I got my knee.
Yeah, you probably bend down, and she shakes your hand. And, she goes, "Whatever could I do for you?"
Do you have time? We could just step aside for a minute. I want to pick your brain for a minute, if you don't mind.
Of course. I'd be happy to. And she'll like take you aside. She's like, "Step into my office," and she
Right.
like shows you a barrel to sit on, and she'll hop up onto another barrel, just like her little legs. Sort of
I'll help her up.
Yeah. She's like, "No, I got it." and
she's like throwing her leg up, and she's trying to like get on the barrel.
Yeah, it's like someone trying to saddle a horse for the first time.
Right.
But she gets up on it. She kind of, and her feet are like sort of like. Gnomes are cute. And she just kind of looks at you and says, "What can I do for you?"
You and I'll look at the these like she has like a holy symbol, right?
Yeah, and you see the sort of like the axe-borne scales of the lawbearer.
You worship the lawbearer, I see.
Yes, Arathis.
You couldn't tell. And I'll like, kind of again like flash my shield a little bit. I have been a devout follower of the Platinum Dragon since I was small, since as long as I can remember. My family has always been followers of his. I was hoping maybe you could help me understand something.
Of course. Uh, what can I help you with?
As you are likely familiar, people of my paladins swear themselves to an oath.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, I've sworn myself to the oath of the crown, and I thought I understood what those tenets stood for, and the number one tenant, or one of the primary tenets, is the law. In my oath, it says that the law is paramount. And I have found myself recently maybe struggling with that, or struggling to understand, or um, finding a place with where that fits with the work that myself and my and I'll like gesticulate towards the crowd, like to like the group, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say the work that myself and my compatriots do as adventurers. And I was hoping that you could help me maybe center myself a little bit more in the law, and maybe help bring a little bit of clarity to this portion of my tenant, because it seems like recently I've been struggling, to be honest.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess you, I guess it is, Arath has put me in your path then. Um, Wanting some help with the law. Um, I admit I'm no judge. A lot of
Nor
judges
do I
do
expect you to be.
Arathis, but I know quite a bit about the law. Um, were you? I guess I'm curious. Is it that you don't know every, which is fair. Like you're born and you're kind of expected to know everything about the law, and if you break the law, you can't really be like, I didn't know that, which is kind of a weird thing that we people like to do. But so is it that there are laws that you need clarity on, or is it that you or your friends don't respect the law and you need guidance on how to deal with that?
Maybe it's a not a distortment of ethics per se, but as adventurers, we come across all different sorts, all walks of life, all perspectives, and like you mentioned, interpretations of the law. And I recognize ignorance of the law does not make one exempt from the law. But recently, we had an encounter with a group of adventurers. I'm not certain what they would categorize themselves as, and they definitely were not upholders of the law. They committed murder of innocent merchants, and myself and my compatriots handled them in a manner that we saw best fit. But when all was said and done, two individuals remained, and one of our party took it upon themselves to execute. I have no better words. That's what happened. Execute one of these prisoners who they deemed would continue to be unfit if left kind of to their own devices. And I feel like I struggled a little bit there, because on one hand, I saw an individual, or I see an individual who we witnessed, or we know did not uphold the law, did not do good. They slaughtered innocent people on the road. And at the same time, in that moment, they were helpless. They were defenseless. They were prisoners of ours, and they were executed in a manner that was unjust. And I am struggling with that, because, yeah, I think sometimes it's not always black and white now, is it?
I suppose not. There are gray areas, but I guess I would ask you: do you think that 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 moment, that execution, Do you think it was a gray area? Do you think it was necessary?
It's hard to say. I'm not intentionally trying to be obtuse. In speaking with this individual, we tried to have conversation, tried to understand better why they chose to do what they did, to these merchants, these innocent individuals on the road. And yeah, I mean, at least in that moment, it seemed like that individual, if left to their own devices, like I said, if set free, would not, didn't seem like they were willing to reform their ways. There was another individual that we held as prisoner, and it was pretty clear from that moment that, with given a little bit of directive, we kind of sent them on their way, and I felt like myself and the party believed as much as we could that they would take heed to our warning and kind of follow along with our guidance, whereas this other individual didn't seem so bending in their stance. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
What does the law say about setting free or releasing individuals who we've known have done harm to others? So I could argue, I think that's where I'm stuck, right? I argue both ways. We know that this person committed horrific crimes in murdering the innocent. And we saw in that moment, saw no redemption based off of what they were giving us in that moment.
I see. Um, I see. Well, so, hmm. Well, I'll tell you, and this isn't to say what you should have done, but I'm telling you that this is sort of what would be expected if, say, like, you're a paladin. Things. There's a very sort of. It's different. But let's say you were a guardsman, or you were one of the Daxio Outriders, or something along those lines. I think what would have been expected is that person was to be taken prisoner and arrested, and then be given their fair day in court. And then, if Arathis deems it, then punishment be laid upon them.
Understood.
Um, but this is, of course, not always, possible. Like you say, there are gray areas, and you're right. Like when you're on the road, maybe you don't have the resources to carry along people, and you as a paladin um, do usually have the authority to make such judgment calls. Um, and your oath does say, I'm familiar with the oath of the crown. The tenant is, the law is paramount. It is the mortar that holds the stone of civilization together, and that's what Arath is all about, civilization. And it must be respected. That isn't to say, now, be careful with this. It doesn't say it needs to be followed, but it does say it needs to be respected. So there are going to be times, Paladin Finch, where it's just not going to be possible, but inconvenience shouldn't come before what's right, I think is what the tenant is meant to be said. So it could be difficult, and it could be a trial. Sorry, you'll forgive me. I'm not usually the temple type. I guess what I have to say is that you have sworn to respect the law, and if your friends can't do that, then maybe you shouldn't be traveling with them. Think of it less as a... How do I say this? You've sworn an oath, and that oath is where your power divines from, and that oath is a good thing. It is something that was formed to make the world a better place, and you have faith in that, and I'm sure that's why you took your oath. I think if your friends respect you and the bonds you've made to making the world a better place, then they maybe don't have to follow your oath, but they at least should have to respect you and respect your oath as well.
Mm-hmm.
And not put you in that kind of situation, you know?
I understand. There's honor in that. I've struggled. I mean, between you and I still am trying to figure out how I've gotten swept up in all of this. It definitely causes me to, it tests my oath daily. That's for sure. But But ultimately, when I weigh it against, the platinum dragon scales, I feel like, no pun intended. I feel like the good that has come of the work that we've done has significantly outweighed perhaps some of those moments of lack of clarity.
Hmm.
Um, you heard our friend there, Balthazar, and some of the tales that we've encountered. So
Yes, very impressive.
it has been. It's been a lot. But you've given me something to think about. Especially if I want to continue traveling with this party. Um, I
I
think
think it's
maybe I.
worth, yeah, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
God.
I think it's I think it's worth talking to your friends because the life of a paladin isn't an easy one. You've sworn yourself to something, and your life is a very strict one, where you have very strict codes of honor, and you must uphold your word, and so on and so forth, the specifics of your tenant. And you seem like a peacekeeping kind of soul, a very compassionate soul, and that's a good thing. But you can't always try and bend to what other people are doing. Sometimes you gotta ask your friends to respect what you're doing too. And what you're doing is for the betterment of the world. So I think it's fair to say, hey, in the future, could we not execute people on the road before talking about it at least?
You're fair. And I think now is the right time to have that conversation with them. I mean, we've been traveling for quite some time now. I have faith that they would respect what I have to say. And I'm not certain if I mentioned this, but I'm actually from Amman, which is where we're headed.
Oh,
And my family is from there. My family resides there. And I do have some concern that they're not, I mean, for as strict as I feel like I am, devoted to the tenets of my oath, there are definitely many who are more devout than I. And I do wonder, kind of heading into such a, I would consider it a holy place, a respected place. Um, I am slightly concerned that if there were to be transgressions, so openly, there would be some wouldn't be as kind and understanding as I, and the judgment for those transgressions would be swift, uh,
yes, probably.
against against my party.
I see. Well, and she sort of like puts her hand on your like knee, and she says, "Well, remember, as much as you're a paladin, and your tenants hold you to a strict code of conduct, and as admirable as that is, you need to keep in mind that you are human. After all, you're a person just like the rest of us, and you're going to make mistakes, and you're going to stumble, and you will not be the first paladin to have made a mistake with their oath. And tomorrow, as it sounds like you're planning to go to the graveyard at the heart of that army, I think it'll be a feat of great courage. And I think in the wake of that, I'm sure Bahamut will be quite pleased with you. You
I know.
sound like a very good person. Don't be so hard on yourself."
I appreciate that reminder. I feel like I'm not sure what your religion and what your upbringing has taught you. I feel like you seem very familiar with the paladin's oath and the tenets uh, that they have to uphold. And I feel like being a and I will soften my voice because I feel like this is even like too much for me to say. Being a an oath breaker seems like an old wives' tale. I heard stories um, during the time that I was a squire, and I feel like I always thought it was one of those things that they did to scare you. And experiencing it for myself has been quite eye-opening.
I don't think that's going to happen to you, High Paladin Finch. You seem like a very dedicated, good soul, and I have faith in you. And it sounds like a lot of people owe you, and you have brought great protection to many people, especially in Western. I think don't be so hard on yourself. You do great work.
I needed to hear that.
Well, glad I could help in my small way. Well, the oath is pretty popular amongst the devout of Arathis. You know, law and courage and all that. So I'm a little familiar with that one. Other ones are a little, you know, but
I
I
can't say
feel
that I understand the other ones. Since I was small, I always knew where I wanted to dedicate my purpose. My brother's not so much, but that's a tall tale for another day.
sure,
Um,
sure.
but I appreciate your time and your wisdom.
Oh,
Um,
thank you. Well, I hope I
and
helped in some small way.
you did, and like I'll take their hand and just kind of like clasp their small little gnome hand in mine, just as like a thank you, kind of like a little shake. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You give her a little
Yeah.
thing, and she does. She kind of puts her hand on yours, and she gives you a smile, and she says, "Well, good luck.
Thank
Good luck
you.
tomorrow."
And I'll walk off and I'll just say, have a nice night.
Okay, you too. And she'll kind of find her way to her gnome-sized tent, and and yeah. Is there anything else anyone would like to do this evening before turning in for the big day tomorrow? Then let's go to a break. When we come back, it's the graveyard shift.
Hell yeah.
Please. Would I hit something?
I want to hit something so bad. Don't put on your armor. You guys have a full Guardians of the Galaxy. Like, get your knives on, get your guns out. Sort of cherry bomb playing in the background, and yeah, you guys get all equipped and ready for the big thing. Um, Balthazar says, "Well, I know I said I would stay in the back, but I feel like you could use some help on this one if you would have me. I know magic. I'm not just a musician."
No. Grateful, all hands on deck, please. Thank you.
Right. There isn't even a question. It's not a matter of permission. He's going. Alistair's prepped and ready to go, and is sort of like he just seems to kind of like drape across things. That's sort of his deal. He's sort of like, just like leaning against the post to leave the thing, waiting for all of you. He's ready to go. Knives and armor and all. He's wearing like leathers. He doesn't seem to like to have too much clothing on at any given time. And yeah, and that's that. Beverly and Sinestro are obviously hanging back, I imagine. You guys can all get ready.
Happy's in his harness.
Happy's- I imagine you have like a baby, like a little.
Oh my God, yes.
No,
A
no.
baby Bjorn for Happy.
Well, no, because it's his harness of sanctuary,
Oh, his little harness of sanction. He's
so
like,
that he can go.
You're
I
looking
know,
really mad.
love, love, love.
It's a very angry dog you have there.
You see, Happy, now he thinks you're a dog. That's what happens when you sulk. Now you look like Fenn.
he like
Hey,
he like stomps. Fen like as you say his name.
Is that a good boy?
He's happy. Well, he's not. But so the
always
buddy
assume
just
that
gets in
Happy
this
looks
little
like-
harness and is like it sulks the entire time, and that will be anytime you think of Happy in the harness. Happy is sulking. That is just forever, unless I say otherwise.
Canna.
Like even in the midst of Mortal Kombat where bombs are going off. Anyway, you all get together. Alistair says, "All right, let's do this quick and hopefully quietly. We don't want to draw in the entire hold. The Raven Queen thinks this is a good idea, and the gods are watching over us. So let's make a show, but not too big a show. Let the bards tell the song once we're done, but maybe we'll keep it quiet in the meantime, huh?" Look, kind of gives Balthazar a nod and says, "Yes, there'll be a show maybe afterward." And he goes, "Very good."
All right, what specifically is the goal here?
Scout it out, find out something of relevance. You'll have me, and I see a couple other arcane experts around here, and maybe we could discern the source of this evil. If we could find it, we could slay it, or stop it.
Got it.
Any
You think
questions?
that's yeah, yeah. So Alistair, are you more of a fighter or more of a healer?
Bit of both. I am
Same.
in the service of the Raven Queen. So I'm good at hurting people. And I'm also good at dealing with the undead. So if things get too much, I'd recommend
I'll
keep
stay
it
back
close
to.
to me. Yes, yes. I'd
I'll
also
focus on
recommend
healing
as we're
things.
good, good. And as we're out there, I might recommend if we get into trouble, kill the ghasts first. They make it particularly hard to turn the undead while they're around, and if we could dispatch them, and we get a little overwhelmed, I can make the ghouls go away.
Is that the theme from The Crow?
Don't worry about it.
Make sure everybody's guns are on safety and not filled with blanks.
Too soon.
Yeah.
Mm.
It'll always
30
be too
years
soon.
ago? I think 40 now, actually, but
Yeah,
still.
if we're going
It's
to,
still too soon. It's still too soon.
if we're gonna take the rounds out of the casings to make blanks, let's not use Bowie knives. Thank you. Anyway, and I'm going to put one last thing out there before we get into battle, so there's no shell shock in the middle of battle, and you're wondering if I'm some demon from hell. I am a blood hunter. Well, technically, I'm a cleric of the Raven Queen, a blood cleric. So I will be using hemocraft in the field. Does anyone have any problems with that?
Yeah, we had an associate in Western who
We've
leveraged
traveled with 3
a
associates.
From the tales of
Similar
your legends, it sounds like yes, you've dealt with hemocraft before. I just thought I'd put it out there so there's no surprises.
What about you? And he kind of points at Radon. What do you do?
I swing my sword. And nothing too fancy.
Yeah, nothing fancy.
I kind of smiles at Alistair.
Says it's very fancy. You'll see. I don't think it needs
It's
much more
it's
describing.
fun.
I think sword swinging is proficient for the description. You'll have a little surprise.
All right.
All right,
So I scout a little ahead.
you are the ranger.
All right. I'm assuming nobody really needs me to lead them, and we're not in any particular hurry. So I'm going to scout on ahead of the group, in stealth, but moving at normal speed.
All right. If everyone would be so kind, let us roll stealth checks to see if you can get to the graveyard unmolested. This is a important check, my friends. I'm gonna see if this cleric's got a little pass without a trace in him, but I think that's not a cleric spell.
It's just a druid, I believe,
Nah, it's
and
a druid
ranger.
spell.
Rangers get it.
Rangers get it. Druids get it too.
Yes, but Yvain didn't prepare it.
Okay, that's a problem.
Hate spells, man.
Oh,
Yeah, Balthazar doesn't have anything for you, I'm afraid. All right, let me get that average calculator out because this is gonna be a lot of rolls.
Oh, good.
Your wyvern wants to go with you.
am I a part of the average?
Yes, you are.
Oh, good.
I also want my wyvern to go with me.
But for some reason I can't. I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah, there's like a 2-minute long, just like, you gotta stay here.
know,
You gotta stay here.
I know.
We all just are looking like,
Didn't surprise that.
it's a little weird.
Oh, fucking weird. All right. NPCs did not roll good.
Oh, fuck.
Does anybody have any rules for me?
Yep, I do.
Did you get Yvain?
14.
14. Ember.
15.
15. Zarbog the Grim.
Natty 20 for a 26.
26. How'd your dog do?
Ben got a 21.
Hell yeah. Finch.
14.
Nice. Not bad for heavy armor. Raiden.
Right.
Right. Radon, excuse me.
15.
15.
Yeah. Eventually Raiden is so different than Radon that it's
It is.
hard for me to be listening for that one.
I know. I'm like, sorry. Okay. 14 is the group average. Good fucking job, Zarvog, pumping that average up. Because Balthazar rolled a nat 1 and Alistair rolled
Roll
single
less than that one?
No, they rolled a single digits, single digits.
Fuck us.
It's my ranger contribution for the day.
My
Thank
ranger
you, Sam.
contribution. Thank you, Zarvog. But 14 will more than suffice. With the leadership of Zarvog finding the right paths, and with the eyes of the eagle and some small direction, you are easily able to find the graveyard, and your party will get to, so to speak, the heart of the beast without too much issue. Luckily, the graveyard is not swarming with undead, considering it's daytime out. You have picked your day well, and as for the weather, fittingly for the theme, it is a cloudy day. It is a little misty, little cloudy. Yes, Radon, you are not going to be under the effects of direct sunlight. And you are all going to make it to the graveyard. You see, I'll begin the screen share. You find yourself at the graveyard. Here lies the untold hundreds, well, once laid the untold hundreds who were slain by the tyrant King Warndrasik, but no more. You see empty graves, you see many headstones, you see symbols of the Raven Queen, and you see an expansive graveyard, a ruined graveyard up on the around. You also hear that sort of ghoulish sound from multiple voices coming from within. You don't know how many there are, but there are ghouls and ghasts in this graveyard. No hundreds per the daylight, but some. Still roaming around despite the sun's rising. Despite the Dawn Fathers being here. Alistair says, all right. Any suggestions for plans? To scout?
If
Finding unusual
one of you
things.
quiet folk wish to move ahead, Zarvog and your dog, then it may be best for you to move around quietly if you wish to. But other than that, we are in the heart of our issue, it would seem.
Sure.
And as we proceed, I would remind everyone, fear not as you go. The Raven Queen watches us this day.
Tal'Dorei said hello. And I'm unclothing my fucking executioner's greatsword.
You see Radon unwrap this long but elegant blade with a gold hilt. This long, great sword. Clearly of fine design and magic and ancient significance.
Oh,
Not elven, though, by the way, Yvain. You wouldn't recognize this as like an elven weapon.
I think I'm going to see if I can stealth my way in over here inside the courtyard area over here to the left near the crumbling ruins.
All right, you want to go like that way?
Yeah.
All right. This would be rough terrain for most, but not for Zarvog. You travel through, you make your way there, and you see in the main courtyard ahead of you about 7 ghouls and this tall, gassed creature walking around. I am going to post images to remind you all of the horrible creatures that you are confronting in the Roll20.
As Zar is creeping around, can I just like kind of put my hand to like my own chest and cast protection from good and evil on myself?
You do so without issue. Yep, you cast that on you. I believe it requires a little holy water.
It does, and I have holy water.
Excellent. You just like take a drop of holy water and you sort of spill it out into your hand, just a single drop, and you feel the protection of Bahamut come over you.
Can I use my earring of message and message back to the group that I see whatever we said, 7 ghouls or whatever,
Okay.
silently?
Fair enough. Holy shit. He's really good at this. Um, Alistair's going to cast False Life on himself. Very good. 13 temp. Says anything. Oh, he doesn't hear. This is message, technically.
Elaine will convey. 7 ghouls ahead.
Does he see anything else of note, or just the adversaries?
Oh, I can keep moving. Let me. I guess I'll try to creep forward along these ruins.
Okay. I will say you are. If
I
you
am getting
move
pretty
out from
close.
behind that barrier, you will be
Yeah.
moving
Okay.
into
All right.
solid light sign, sight
Maybe,
sight line.
maybe not then.
You can go around the wide if you want to try and go around the wide or through the ruins. You can.
Yeah, I guess let me go. Let me go like kind of further back into the ruins, so to the left on the screen, and
Yeah,
then
you
like kind of open over top. Yeah.
kind of make your way into this trench. You don't know what this building was, but it seems to be some large collapsed building, perhaps a cathedral at one point, or a large place of prayer. But it is well collapsed. Probably centuries ago.
And then I'll try and sneak up to like kind of a higher point so that I can, get the best. I'm looking for the best vantage point without being too obvious.
Got it. You and Fen sort of like do one of those. Um, you can climb up here. You can leave your dog down there if you want to climb up there and kind of keep behind that post if you want. Make
Yeah.
me a acrobatics check to pull this off nice and quietly.
Okay.
Pull a quiet climb.
I got a 15, and if that's not good enough, let me know.
That'll do just fine. That'll do just fine. You climb up there expertly, quietly, making sure no rocks tumble off, alerting your nearby enemies, and you get to like a higher vantage. And you've got like a pretty decent sight line on most of the graveyard.
And this is what I see, right? So again, is that a ghoul right there, or is that something different?
You see, so you see these ghouls around here, which are a lot like what Ember slew the other day. They look like normal people with like bluish green, deathly skin, sort of green, like merciless eyes, no hair, sort of like meat, like dried blood, sort of clawed fingernails. But in front of them, you see standing much taller, about 8 feet tall, actually very broad and like freakishly long fingers ended in sharp taloned claws and a long tongue that hangs out of its mouth. This much more potent, much more dangerous looking ghoul. It smells around here. It smells of death, like fresh death.
All right. So, I'm going to let them know that like this group is in the immediate courtyard, and then
Okay.
I can see beyond. I can see that there's more ghouls down there, and at some point I
Sleeping.
should have been able to see over to the left there, right?
Yeah.
So, I want to make it clear that there are multiple groups, and the 7 that I was talking about were just in like this immediate group.
All right, I'll tell you what. Make me a. You got this high vantage. Make me an investigation check of the courtyard to see if you find anything of interest that might have to do with your task.
Ooh, I'm gonna use inspiration.
Okay.
There we go, 19.
19. You look around. You see that like it is as they spoke of Radon and Alistair had spoken of. There seems to be like about 7 ghouls to each ghast. They wander around in sort of clumps. You spot like sort of 3 of these groups, but one seems to be actually like primarily situated and focused outside the one standing structure. They seem to be very well and like strictly positioned in front of it, like they're guarding something. You also do see sort of like, as you are watching, you do see sort of wisps of sort of that blackened smoke, and you do see sort of appearing from behind the building the ghostly figure that you confronted on the road, just sort of incorporeally sort of lingering around that building.
Okay, so I will I will forward all of that information to the group. That there does seem to be a point of focus around which there seems to be a more purposeful ghoul and guest group, and we have the apparent appearance of our archdruid friend from the other day.
Yvain will convey all of that information. If you want him to come back and take them group by group, isolating the last one.
Alistair says, I don't know, that's rather risky. The moment we mess with one, they're probably gonna call more. I think if we're gonna go in there, we either need a miraculously stealthy plan, or we need to be quick. We need to hit hard, and we need to hit quick and see what's in there, and hope what we need is in there.
Hi, Paladin Finch. I am to assume you are good at attracting attention.
You could say that.
I have a similar skill set. We both do what we do best. Move forward, but let our companions move ahead of us as much as we can.
That's right. There's probably a variety of ways I could cause a distraction.
I'll follow your lead. Alistair, I heard your sigh.
Sorry, sir. It's clearly it's a difficult situation. Just thinking on things. I can turn the undead twice, but again, if there's a ghast nearby, chances are I won't be able to do much. If you could target the ghasts, that would be immensely helpful.
We can focus on that. Drawing some attention along the way.
Excellent, excellent. All right. If there's no other cunning plans, then perhaps this is what we do. You two go in hard, and the rest of us make a beeline for the, I don't know, the shed, whatever we want to call it. The structure. I'd relay this to Zarvolg if you have the ability to do so.
Yeah, I will relay all of that. So do we want to meet at his position then?
Zarvolg's position. I think we should all meet at the house, the structure. That's where our target might be. We might take time to do whatever we need to do.
I will tell Zarvolg that's the plan.
All right. All right. Good luck, everyone. Hopefully we'll be alive at the end of all this to say good job.
Drinks on me. Back in a month.
Deal.
Radon does like a quick muscle stretch almost. And I think I'm gonna wait for Finch to head in with me, but I'm not gonna make a beeline before anybody else is ready.
You see Alistair sort of playing with his raven skull, and then he takes a dagger out and he slices his hand. Blood begins to dribble down his hand. So I'm ready when you are. He turns into a titan. No, I'm kidding.
Right. He turns into an elemental. We're like, what the fuck?
No. Okay. All right. What are we doing? You guys running in?
So I think,
George.
yeah, I think I'll just consult the group, and I will, because we saw Zar kind of sneak off to our left hand side, right?
Right.
So I will just turn to the group and I'll say, so do we think the best plan is we can approach from the right hand side, and I can draw attention to me if you want to sneak that way. And I will put my shield in front of me, and I can say I can light this up like the sun. I don't think that we'll have any problem drawing them near.
Good. Oh, I suppose. Whatever you think is best. Yes, maybe right would be the way to clear the direct line to the house, perhaps.
Then that's the way I'm gonna go. I'm gonna start to head towards the right so that I can hopefully attract the whatever they are, ghosties, ghouls, abominations.
I'll
Swords out.
Casts.
For
Get the casts.
Balthazar's
you want me to
fire
come
ready.
behind you, Finch, or a little more to the left?
Uh, let's see here. Yeah. Like little more to like. Let's go.
So you two are gonna head in
Kind of,
that
yeah.
direction, try and draw some attention to the party. Once
Like so, yeah.
attention's
Like
drawn,
get them to come like off like to where we are. Yeah, and they can kind of sneak that way.
all right,
Cool.
got it.
I dig
All
this.
right, you guys ready? Let's put some
Great sword
initiative
slung
down. You
over
guys
my
are gonna
back.
get the surprise round, but let's get the initiative in there.
All right.
Once again, I'm asking for gift of alacrity. I'm just gonna take that feat just so I can take that spell.
I thought that's why you took the.
Oh,
I thought-
level in sorcery? No, it's because I
Yeah.
want the shield. I want a shield spell.
All right, you get more than one, don't you? You took
Silvery
Witch Bolt.
barbs.
Yeah, I took silvery barbs.
Oh, I thought you took Witch Bolt. Okay, because you've done the lightning thing. I thought you did a Witch Bolt.
I did. Yeah, I switched it out when we leveled.
Okay, gotcha.
Above the table, just so I make sure I understand what I heard. Everybody else is going to try and sneak this way, so we're not fighting over here on the left.
No, it sounds like it's more of like a dash sort of thing.
okay.
They're gonna draw the attention in while they're consumed. They're gonna dash to the house.
All right, so I'm not going to ruin anything by attacking over here on the left.
No, but you will draw a little extra attention that we're trying to help you not get.
Sure. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Alistair coming in with a 19. Bowel is gonna get pretty good himself. I need to swap my dice. I can't fucking read them. Doesn't it suck when you get like really nice dice, but you just can't read them because whatever reason, the design?
I buy white dice with white lettering, and I just hope for the fucking best.
Hey.
So sad.
At least you don't have to hand color them in with crayons.
My first
That
dice said I
used to
did.
be a thing.
Eric, I know. I was handed down a pair of my dad's dice from like AD&D, and just these white fucking eggshell dice I had to Sharpie in the fucking numbers.
So, I give to you my dice. Thanks.
Thanks, this sucks. Now, the AD&D books I have are priceless.
Fair enough.
Mhm.
Okay, let's get some initiative going here. 25 to 20.
22.
Hey. Where are you? There you are. 22. How about 20 to 15?
15.
19.
Nice. 19?
Yes.
Good job. Do you want to go... What would you like the organization to be? Because Balthazar and Alistair both wrote the same thing.
I actually, not to sound crazy, I think I want to go after Finch.
Well,
Like,
Finch
I think I
rolled a
want to, like,
15.
yeah, I know.
Oh, you want to hold your turn. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I want to see Finch go first. I think Radon is kind of watching.
Yeah, I'll allow it. Okay, what about 15 to 10?
Well,
12. Yvain, what'd you get?
9.
9. One more time, what'd you get, Ember?
12.
12. What is your dex score?
16.
Okay, you'll be going after the ghast. All right. Initiative is up. Let me see. It's battle music. All right, get ready, folks. Here we go. Brutal battle. Let's do this. Okay, Zarvog the Grim. You hold position, hold an action, perhaps?
Actually, yeah. I mean, so I guess I have a question on exactly how that works because I don't normally hold actions. If am I gonna get all of my first round bonuses? Like, will I get my extra attacks and everything if I hold or no?
Oh, no. If you hold an action, you won't. You'll only
Right.
get the one shot. But if you want to wait to take your turn, like, whenever you guys decide whatever you want to do, I'll allow you to, like, get your Dread Ambusher in.
So I'm
That's
sorry. So
usually how it works. So if you hold your action, it's only one shot.
yeah, okay.
But if you wait until, like, party 2 reveals themselves, I'll let you take your usual dread ambusher turn.
Yeah, okay, that's what I want to do. I want to give Finch and Radon the opportunity to move first, but I don't want to give up 2 attacks to do that. So
Understood. Balthazar's going to do the same thing. He's going to wait on the distraction. Alistair's going to wait on the distraction. Paladin Finch, it's time.
Cool.
Show Bahamut what you're made of. And in this moment, Finch, as you charge into combat, sort of madly as you are, and you display such great courage in the name of protecting these good people, you'll get your original crown spell back, and you are redeemed in the light of Bahamut.
Yay. Okay, I am going to create a distraction. So I am going to touch my shield and I am going to cast the light cantrip.
You hold your shield in the air, light fires forth, all the ghouls turn around and look at you. They're still surprised, but they see you in this moment. Bonus action movement?
Yes, and I'm gonna move as much as I can.
All right. Big old 30 feet, I believe, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is there anything else?
I think that's all of my turn economy right now.
Got it. Radon.
Think.
Ooh.
How far is that first ghoul off?
This ghoul is from you, my friend. They're both about 80 feet.
Ooh, I could
call it 75.
dash.
You could. You want to dash in? Or you want to let them come to you and Finch?
I think that's the best option right now. Light cantrip. The gravestones right here beside us. What are those kind of? They're old, probably, right?
Yeah, they're old as fuck.
I'm running right by and slamming my sword through one to make the loudest noise possible.
Got it. You absolutely. What's your speed?
40.
40. So 25 there. Bing. I'll call that a free action. That's fine. 25. And that's. And then you could like 15 right next to Finch if you wanted.
And I'll just meet up with Finch. Yeah.
So you run over. I'll say free action. You just like take the flat of your blade and just bang along the side, so you don't have to, desecrate the grave of a fallen hero. And ding! You put that sound out at the side of your blade. Between the light and the sound, you see ghouls. You hear the sound of the entire graveyard sort of come alive. Anything else? Say it. Say the words. Say the words. Say the incantation. Do it.
I have to remind myself when that ends, just in case.
It ends if you haven't taken damage in a round, or if you don't deal damage on your next turn, or you don't do an attack. Sorry.
Oh, so at the end of my next turn?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna go into a fucking rage.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. All right, roll it up.
And I get to roll something.
Roll it up.
Oh, what?
Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Describe it. What happens?
So you're standing close-ish to me, Finch. There's like a small, very simple like glow around Radon's body, but it kind of extrapolates more and more with these red and blue like almost essences coming off of Radon's skin. And the closer you feel to him, it feels almost like there's a rush of your body, just as like an essence effect, where you just feel like things are going faster around Radon than they should be.
Oh. Okay then.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the end of my turn.
All right, that's the end of your turn. I'm just gonna go take a quick look so that I know for your
That
turn.
is the first one that is time.
Got it. Time. Thank you.
I don't know
Okay,
what this is, but it's
fantastic.
exciting.
There's just like this of energy, and just like you feel like you're in a weird time flux, and it's cool as he's sort of like, and he just like begins to amp himself up in time.
I think that would definitely throw me off because I'm like familiar with barbarians, but like not like that.
The fuck?
Like, what the fuck is that?
Incredible. All right, that's her done. This was a surprise to the ghouls. Just and the ghast sort of points in your direction. Ember, hold him too.
Yeah.
I'll tell you guys why. Because you are trying to draw their attention after all.
Mhm.
Do you want this to be like a jump from stealth surprise, or are you like, come get me, and you want them to take your turn so they can come get you?
I do think we want them to come to us a little bit first, right?
Yeah. Trying to lure them. Yeah, trying to lure them to us a little bit.
Yeah,
All right, so you forego the surprise. You're very much being like,
Oh no, really
"Yoo-hoo!"
belligerent. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
they're going to. And they're going to begin crawling towards you on all fours, like a zombie golem, basically, from Lord of the Rings. And they're coming. Here we go.
Go baby.
Let's go, baby. All right. I think that's just going to be a fun little dash action right up to either of yous. Fun little dash action. Fun little 30. Little dash action up to Paladin Finch. Oh no, Finch is like, oh no, my armor class. Oh no. I'm so scared of what's coming. Right, there's a lot
We'll
of them in
see.
a second.
Especially because if they're undead or anything, they will have disadvantage.
Yeah, as they're charging towards you, Finch, they definitely have like eyes on Raiden more, but as they look at you, they're like, they're like, almost like scared to approach you, but they're still going to.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just move the gas because the gas isn't doing much than moving right now. And you hear it say, "I'll kill them all." As he says that, the ghouls, they're almost like frenzied by the command. These ghouls, the plan's gonna work, folks. I've got good news. Yay! They all begin to charge in this direction. Yeah.
Good
Finch-
news, but strap the fuck in, Finch and Radon.
Yeah, strap in, boys and girls.
Good thing I can fly. Whoop.
Also, Rajan, do you remember you've been asking for like, I want to fight.
I do. I want this.
Let's go. I feel like
Yes.
this would really excite Finch because like this is like very reminiscent of like being around like their family. Like this is very in their element.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
very like the stories you've been told. And then he held the high hills, the swarms. Like this is like your ultimate like bro paladin moment for sure. They're like, fuck you up, bring them on. The Doom music starts playing, slow
Right.
metal.
Let them come.
Let them come. Finch isn't even in the graveyard right now. It's just like in hell. It's just like incredible. They all come dashing. These ones do not. They all turn their attention. You hear the wraith sort of no, and sort of like disappears into the actual, or like kind of above the hut actually. Why not? It sort of like flies up to here to be like, what's going on, yo? That's the ghasts. Ember. Yeah.
Real quick, DM.
Yeah.
Any of the ghouls get within 15 feet of us?
Yo yeah.
Oh yeah, baby.
They all need saving throws in that case.
Oh what the
Oh
fuck?
no. What's the saving throw?
It's a 15. But you know the
15
effect, so I believe it's a
Con,
Constitution. saving
15
throw.
con. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
What is this? I'm so intrigued.
Failure 1. Failure 2. Success. Failure 3. 1 succeeds. We'll say the one in the back.
And just for a little flavor, that same energy and like weird auras coming off them, off of Radon, also affects the ghouls that are around us, and they start almost matching the speed in like the direct opposite way. Like they're almost slow and lethargic.
Yeah, they start like they're like they're suddenly just put into slow mo as they come within the range. So they get half. So I'm actually gonna pump them back 5 feet because like when they would have came in, they would have been slowed a little bit. So I'm just gonna not Finch. Finch is okay, but
And,
I'm just gonna put them back a little bit.
Finch would not know this, but Radon would. And you're looking at the ability. I won't say anything. Just for
Yeah,
funsies.
okay, no problem. I'm looking at the ability. Okay, so yeah, you see this finch, you're like, what the fuck? And then suddenly they're like coming at you slowly, and you're like, all right. You know,
Okay.
okay.
Go.
Ember Van Zyl, my friend, what would you like to do? They've moved out of your way for the most part.
I'm gonna go up to the top of the little set of stairs there.
Okay. That's 20
Yeah.
feet if you want to be like, or we'll call it 15 if you want to be right there.
Can I see the ghast from there?
You can see. Let's take a look. Let's zoom into your perspective. No, they all kind of ran down. That ghast is. I'll call it 3/4 cover to see the one that is going down the archway right now, but the other one you can't see. You see the one in the distance.
I'll move towards the lipped embankment there then.
The lipped embankment.
Towards on a with the rest of my 15 that way. Yeah.
Okay, cool. You got that way. You definitely can't see the one under the arch now. You can see the one way off near the house, we'll call it. You can see the ghast that is down attempting to assault Finch and Radon now, though.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
All right, do you want to
Right
use your
there.
action for anything?
No.
Dodge?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yvain! They've gotten out of your way. What do you do?
I am going to follow Ember.
All right. 30 feet, you're right there, right next to Ember.
Also taking. Are we hiding? Are we dashing or dodging?
I think the plan was to just, like, hightail it in that direction.
Then should we be dashing?
I'm not, because next turn, after they've all clumped up a little bit more, I'm going to throw a grenade. They aren't going to
Hey.
like it.
Oh, marvelous. I'm staying by Ember.
Got it. I already did the Wraith. The Wraith just goes to the top and sort of like gets advantage, and it's like, no, this sucks. That's going to bring us to Balthazar. Alistair's like, go, go, go! Balthazar's going to run around the guy, and he'll go, oh god, he's so tall. He bumps his head. He's like, poof, ah, fuck, on the way up, because he's a big old Goliath boy. Yeah, full like Stormtrooper in New Hope, where he like bonk hits the top of the door. And he'll take that 30-foot dash as recommended by the very very attractive man. And is going to run that way. Bonus actions. Does this particular bard have any cool bonus actions? I think I'm just going to say, do not give in to despair, Paladin Finch, for you are mighty. Take a bardic inspiration, d6. D8, actually. Okay.
For you are mighty.
First roll. When you make an attack or a saving throw, use a +10 bonus to the roll of the next roll. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Okay, that brings us to Alistair de Vertavos is going to his little 15 right there. He's going to take his little 15. And he's just going to run by you guys. And he's going to begin, and that's all. That's his big deal. I don't think he has any cool bonus actions. Beyond.
All right.
You know what? Maybe he'll toss it down because it doesn't fucking hurt. He'll provide a little support for the friendlies downstairs. He'll sort of bring his hand forward. You're going to see a spiritual raven weapon is going to appear on the battlefield, and just provide a little support for the tanks.
Sick.
No, a spiritual raven? Is that what you said?
Yeah, the weapon appears to be like a raven. It looks like one.
I can fuck with that.
Raven Queen shit, yo. Is gonna aim for the ghast because, you know, they're ghasts and they're mean. So that. Okay, that's gonna be 8. That's gonna hit on a 14, and that's gonna be. Give me that D8 plus. That's gonna be 12 points of damage to the ghast, but it still looks alive and well. Okay, that'll bring us to Paladin Finch, my friend.
Wait,
What do you
I
do?
didn't take my turn yet.
Oh, yeah, you forgo. Oh, yeah. We didn't do your turn. What the hell? Sorry about that. Zarvalk, what do you do?
That's all right. I wanted to wait till everybody moved anyway. I wanted to see where everybody went. Okay.
Fair enough.
How far is it to the stuff over by the shed? By the shack? By the love shack?
Love Shack. You are
The shack,
about this range, a little
shack,
over 100 feet to get to anybody's.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start movement in that direction. Basically,
Okay.
I'm going to try and run a little ahead of the sneaking group to help
Got it.
kind of usher their way.
You want to dash?
I don't want to dash because I don't want to use an action for that.
Got it. So you haven't entered combat yet. Fen, I imagine, is coming with you. Gets down there for, we'll call it 15. 30 feet. Well, he's got 40 feet, so he'll be.
Oh, so do I.
All right.
in the first
only
round.
only on the first round, but we're gonna hold your first true round
Oh,
until
okay.
you enter combat.
Oh,
Unless
in that case, yeah, I will dash.
Okay, so you'll another little 30-footer in this direction, and Fen is much faster than you, so he'll be hot on your heels. You get to
Okay,
there.
I get it now.
Sound good?
Sorry, I didn't understand before.
Yeah, this isn't usually how it works. Usually it's like you get it or you don't when combat erupts, but I'm going to allow it in this particular case.
All right.
Okay, if that is Zarvalk the Grim. Paladin Finch.
So I think I'm gonna see, or maybe I won't necessarily understand completely what's happening, but like, it's gonna get me really hype, and then I'm gonna use a bonus, like I'm gonna cast Radiant Soul.
All right, you're like, oh fuck, Raiden, or fuck me, you're not the god of lightning. Dawn. You see Finch sort of like in their excitement, light sort of pour from Finch, wings emerge outward, a full chorus appears and starts singing, and Paladin Finch is mighty.
Do I recognize this in any way? Do I know what the fuck's going on?
Make me a religion or nature check to determine what Finch is.
17.
17. This is an Asamar, one of the very, very rare sort of planar blooded creatures of this realm who has divine blood in their veins.
We got a godly kid.
Let's see here, and then I'm gonna just use my movement just to kind of like step in front of him like a little bit because I want to be like pretty centered with like these ghoulies.
All right, right there.
And then I'm gonna cast because I just want as much attention on me as possible. I'm gonna cast Sword Burst.
Don't we all? You step in front and you sort of bring your shield forward. Blades, like 30 celestial blades form in front of you, and they fire off. Go ahead and make your. Or what do I do? Do I roll something?
Yeah, it's a Dex save 15. And I think it's also a disadvantage because I have my protection up too.
I don't think protection impose. Does it impose disadvantage? I don't think it does.
It does, yeah. So with protection from good and evil, it says I guess it depends on what kind of creatures these are.
They're undead, so it'll affect them.
Yeah, it says protection grants several effects. Creatures of those types have disadvantage on attack rolls against this target.
Mm-hmm. This is a saving throw, right?
Yes, it is a Dex save 15.
Is there something in there about saving throws?
No.
Okay.
No, just attack rolls.
Okay, got it. So that's going to be DC 16.
It's a DC 15.
15. Okay, 1 succeeds, 2 succeeds, 3 succeeds, 1 fails. So we're going to say the guy right in front of you fails. Is this against enemies or is this all people within 5 feet? So burst.
I mean, if it's a dex save, Danger Sense should help me out a little bit.
Oh, it'll
All,
help you.
yeah, it says all other creatures within 5 feet must succeed a dex save.
Yep, go
Sounds
for
good
it.
to me.
You have advantage. Radon. But now Finch is a hostile creature. Roll a con save now.
Right?
Fucking nat 20.
Okay, you're good.
That's my-
Radon dodges it. I imagine it's like Radon, you're like, all right, let's do this together. And then Finch like pushes you away by the face and then does a sword burst and almost hits you.
It's the sword burst and like the weird magic thing I've got going on just like kind of moves me just perfectly.
Incredible. All right, roll damage. One of them will
Yeah,
take it.
so let's see. 6,
I'm getting rid of these dice. They're too hard to see.
and then 6, that's it. 11. 11 from the sword burst.
All right, guy right in front of you who's slowed down takes 11 damage. The others, by some miracle, dodge it. I don't know how. Okay.
And
Good
then
job.
when all is said and done, which one looks the most hurt? Is it just the
The-
one?
The one right in front of you.
And then he's gonna be the recipient of just the 6 damage from my radiant soul.
Quick question.
Yes.
Radiant Soul's an action to cast, and so is Sword Burst. Do you
Is it?
have? Yeah. Are you like quickening the spell because you're a sorcerer to some degree?
I don't remember that being a thing before. I thought I was able to cast it and then cast like a spell in that same turn.
You can, but you still have to abide by the action bonus action economy.
Got it.
I think Sword Burst is an action.
I'm double checking, yeah. Yeah, it's an action.
All right, so you would have a bonus action after activating Radiant Soul.
Okay. Then if that is the case, we'll take that back. And can I, as a bonus action, can I prepare Branding Smite?
You certainly can. You certainly can. Your weapon begins to throom with the zealous fury of Bahamut before these creatures.
And then that will be my turn.
Hell yeah. Okay. Radon, not Raiden from Mortal Kombat. What do you do?
Thank you. Pretty impressive. I'll hold a little more of my tricks for a little later in the line of the combat. I'm gonna run up to this one in front of us on the right here, stand side to side, and I'm just gonna swing my fucking greatsword directly down on it.
Shoulder to shoulder, the barbarian and the paladin as God intended it. Go ahead and attack. You can attack recklessly if you wish.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm a barbarian. That's what we do, right?
Draw some aggro, yeah, buddy.
Yeah. That first one is I believe it is a 25 to hit. Sorry, I'm getting used to my new character bonuses.
No problem. That will certainly hit a measly ghoul.
Gotcha. Should I roll damage on this first, or just do both attacks at once?
Whatever you want to do.
Gotcha. Second attack is going to be a 22.
Both hit. Absolutely. Roll
Gotcha.
me some damage. Give me them one at a time, just in case you slay them. +2 bonus for rage on each one, as a reminder. Or whatever your bonus is now.
15 slashing damage on the first attack.
All right. A decisive blow. Bloodies it immediately. Second one?
Second one is... Ooh, my brain is not working today. 16 damage.
16 damage. That's a dead ghoul.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, easily dead.
The slice comes down, and then it almost... Yeah, just very quick, back up.
Hell yeah. You, slice its arms right out from under it, and as it, its head hits the ground, you just bring that blade, don't even turn it around for a stab, you just bisect it across the back. Oh yeah.
Cool.
Knocking it aside so that there's room for all the other dead people.
And I think this is more like a dance than it is Finch shoving me out of the way. In that moment, I'm going to go around this ghoul in front of Finch, and then make the ghoul in between us. And then move my little aura.
Understood. Sort of playing up the field. Fantastic.
Yeah.
There is a fury to how Raiden attacks in battle, but there is a decisive, trained skill to the way he moves. Fantastic. All right. Oh no, here we go.
And 2 more are added into my thing, I believe.
That's
so.
right. That's right.
Yeah.
It is at the start of their turn, so
Yes.
so we're not worried about those guys who are already in it because we rolled ahead of time. That's a failure. That's a failure. These 2 ghouls are slowed down.
I love having effects. Why didn't no one tell me this was cool?
They're gonna all attack Raiden because Radon, fuck me. Because you have because there's disadvantage against Finch and advantage against Radon. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna take advantage. This one will attack you though, Finch, being right in front of you.
And to be fair, it is a straight roll now because I dropped concentration on that spell to concentrate on Branding Smite, so it's just a straight roll now.
Ah, got you. Okay, same will apply. Everybody.
Same,
likes
yeah,
advantage.
there's still advantage against him, so that's fine.
Oh man, that's gonna be so helpful.
I know.
But you got a million AC, so it's fine. Okay, here we go. This is against you, Finch. This is gonna be a. They like their claws. They're gonna do a claw. That's 19 against you, Finch.
Nope.
Nope. Tries to slash at you, hits the shield. Okay, Raiden, here, Radon, here we go. Fuck. These are. They actually all go to slash and they look at you and they kind of, and then they intentionally change to a bite.
Gotcha.
No, fuck.
Okay, let's just roll a bunch of these all at once. Okay, that's gonna be a 20. That's gonna be a 16. Oh, these are advantage, so that's gonna be a 20 for the first one. Natural 20, second one. That's gonna be 16, and then 20 to hit.
Yeah, they all hit.
Okay. Okay, here comes damage. I will have them for you because you were raging. 3, 10, 5, 6, and the crit's gonna be 11. 11 piercing
Gotcha.
damages. They all just start biting onto you and start trying to and successfully start tearing chunks of flesh off of you, but you don't care. You're too fucking angry. Incredible. Now to move a bunch of folks. Cavalry's coming in. This one's gonna get here for an attack against you, Radon. That's gonna be 18 to hit.
Hits.
Hits. That's gonna be 5 more damage because you're raging. That's gonna be a dash, as they're like, ooh, yummy. It's gonna be to you, Radon. That's gonna be to you, Radon. They just start dashing to encircle you. This one's gonna dash and go around to try and get to that tasty paladin. And will manage to get around to the paladin. 60 feet is gonna get it to. They're not that smart, so they're just gonna clump up because that's what we do. Ember smiles maniacally in the background.
You just hear like a cackle. Ah!
The gas. This one's just gonna charge in. He's like, "Wait up, everybody! I'm like supposed to be in charge of yous."
Come on, guys.
Come on, guys. We talked about this. I'm sensitive. This one
You
gets
got
to
little
here.
legs.
Oh, little legs. Come on, man. This ghast is going to. I think make it. It's a little smarter, so I think it's gonna make its way around here. It's gonna. That was 15. So 15. So yeah, Finch, you ready? Getting some love. It's going to take one of its massive claws and try and attack you. And I gotta say, when the ghast approaches you, Finch, holy hell does it smell! Like violently stinks.
Thank God
Worse
I have
than
the,
the ghouls.
I have the dread helm on.
Yeah. Okay, that's gonna be with the claw. That's gonna be 19 to hit, which does not hit.
No.
Across the armor, nothing. These guys over here are staying nice and put. Ember Van Zyl, your friend are quickly overwhelmed. What do you do?
Well, why don't we move a 30? So I'm thinking it's probably 30 between the headstones.
Something like that over here.
Yeah.
A decent vantage.
Yep.
And
I need to not blow up the new guy. Though he's standing exactly where I want to drop it. That
Not
would
for
be
long.
rude.
Take it. We can take it.
what are new friends for?
Listen, I know what to expect from session ones with Ryan. I either die or I refuse to die. It's the two.
You can hit that back line pretty decently if you were thinking of fireball. You got
Just
it.
drop
Yeah,
it right.
that's
Just drop it right
that's
on
what I'm
us.
thinking about doing.
Just right on top.
Let me really test out my new character, Eric. You come on.
Oh, and as a last note, as it was the Ghast's turn, as they sort of approach, they like stop and kind of let out like these loud screeching roars. But anyway, and then as it's screeching,
Yeah.
all right, so that's gonna
I'm-
that's 5 and a Ghast.
Deck save is only a 15,
Okay, let's see.
but I am blowing 5 charges on the wand.
Oh fuck. Okay, good. Dex 15, you say, just so I'm keeping track. That's 5 ghouls gotta take care of. 15. That's a failure. That's a success. That is 2 more failures. That is another failure, so only 1 success so far. And a 17 on the Ghast will save. So 1 ghoul, 1 Ghast save.
28 points for those who didn't save, and half of that for people who did.
Fuck. Oh man, there goes my cool army. Oh man. Kermit the Frog. These guys are all fucking dead. Scorched. Half of 28's 14. This one's gonna take a little 14. And then this one's gonna take a little 14 as well. As they and the ghouls are like absolutely charred on the ground, dead as dead can be. Well done. 2 of them remain alive. I'm just gonna kind of like move them aside because of the blast, so that we got way for all of these other bad guys. Well done. Is there anything else? You have bonus action left.
No, I'm good.
Got it. Yvain and Happy. You're muted.
Yeah, I see that. So, all right. About how far is it to Radon?
How far is it to Radon?
Yeah.
From where you currently stand, that is going to be 45 feet. But you cannot see Radon as of right now. There's a wall between you and he.
All right, Happy. Here goes. I know, baby. We're going to activate the harness so that the Wild Mother's protecting you. Go on, just the way we practiced.
Hops out happily of the thing, has a sanctuary upon Happy. Where's Happy going?
Happy's going to Radon to deliver a cure wounds.
Got it.
Aw, you're so nice.
Okay, well, how fast is Happy?
50.
Boing, 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 boing. 30 feet right to the side. Will bounce down there. It's a little bit of a hop. Happy's fine. And then 10 more feet. Makes it, actually. Little rabbit just making his way across the battlefield. Through the...
Angry dog!
And you see this little horned rabbit hamster thing appear in front of you, dog in your mind apparently, and just sort of like jumps up and like gives you a little rabbit kick and it heals you.
There's like fire and blood and like body parts and radiant energy, and then this rabbit just comes up and like touches Radon like.
For 8 points
yep.
of healing.
8 points. Thanks.
Fuck yeah. Thanks.
Yep. Happy's either not afraid of anything or is oblivious to the danger. Either way.
Right. So I was going to ask about that. So is there
A sanctuary's down, by the way, because Happy delivered a spell. That's how that works.
shit? I didn't realize that. Well,
Yes.
fuck.
Sanctuary is like you're defended until you like take an action, pretty much, until you do anything of relevance.
I'll keep the jackalope safe.
Great.
The jackalope is going to hide behind Radon now.
We got him.
Got it.
Gets
And
on
now
my
I will
shoulder.
take my movement and head up to meet with the rest of my group.
God, you take your little 30-footer up. Incredible. The wraith goes. The screech goes off as well. You hear the sounds of ghouls and wraiths screaming. The wraith just continues. I think she's going to like go into the shed, so to speak, and that will be the wraith's turn. Zarvog the Grim. The door slams shut.
Yeah.
Lots of booms and bangs.
Yeah, I'm going to move. I want to move to like where I think the second party, the non-warrior party is.
Got it.
Like in front of where they're about to be when they move again.
God, you want to move to intercept? No problem.
Yeah.
So that's like, you were back here, so that's like gonna be like 30 foot. If you want to dash, you can.
This is actually probably going to be my first combat round, so I'll go ahead and move 40.
Okay, I will subtract 20. Then get stuck behind a tree. All right. There you go. You're sort of along the wall. Your stealth is maintained. All of the ghouls have like sort of turned to address the charging bad guys.
All right. So I will take a shot at the gas.
All right, go for it, my friend. You have advantage because you're attacking from stealth.
Hunter's mark first.
Okay, Hunter's mark's up.
Whoops, I used the wrong one. All right, give me a sec. All right, and so that's going to be a 21 to hit.
21 will hit. Roll damage.
I'm going to roll all my attacks first, if that's all right.
Yeah, no problem. I got something I got to do anyway.
Oh, fun. Okay. So the first two attacks are 21s. I'll go ahead and roll damage for the first one.
All right.
Come on. Oops.
More ghouls and ghasts arrive.
All right. So there we go. It's the first one is going to be 24 total damage.
24 total damage. That's the first attack of 2?
Yeah.
Of 3? 24.
Yeah,
Good job.
Yeah, it was pretty
All
good.
right. Gas takes the shot. They're aware you're there. Go ahead and take your second attack. Straight roll.
All right. Yep.
Gast is bloodied.
That one's going to be 11 damage.
11 damage. Fantastic.
And then on...
Wait, it was 24 originally, and now it's plus 11. Okay, gotcha.
And then on the third one, it's what?
Still alive, barely.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this should do it. On the third one, I rolled a crit.
It is super fucking dead as it had 1 hit point left. It's like, and then you, like, shoot it not in the head where it just like sits there real nicely. You blow a piece of its skull right off, and then it falls to the ground dead.
Nice. Gas down.
And all the ghouls, with the ghast falling, are like, and they go to charge.
All right. And I'm gonna move Fen a little further ahead of where I am.
All right. Fen's got 10 more feet and an action.
No dash. I'm just gonna keep him here with me.
Okay. We'll
All right,
dodge action. No problem.
That's it for our turn.
All right, Balthazar. Says, I think we're being followed. Runs up. Says, everything's awful because I'm a tragedy god. That's gonna be. Let's see what we got in the action tank here. We gotta make some big moves because there's a bunch of ghouls ahead. That's a pretty big one. We're a little far away for something that cool, unfortunately. I'm gonna dash. That's it. Okay, that's gonna bring us to Alistair, who is going to. Let's see. Got some channel divinities, but that's about it. And we don't need to regain any spells right now. Recover expended spells. That doesn't matter. That's an action. We don't need to worry about that. And no long distance spells that are going to be particularly helpful, other than some guiding bolt situation, but that will come later. Says, they're coming, we need to move! And he is going to charge forward 60 feet. Paladin Finch. Bring it on.
Alrighty. Let's see here. I guess I have my pickings, don't I?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm just gonna start swinging on the ones around me. So
Got it. The
I guess
ghast
I'll
is right
start.
next to you. Oh,
Yeah.
there's a ghast. Make me a con save. It smells so fucking horrible. Make me a con save.
Great. Let's see. 24.
Yeah, you're good. It smells horrific, but your body's able to push past whatever poisons are in your body now.
Oh, great. Okay, I'm gonna try and swing on the one like to my character's like left, and I'm just gonna start to try and like circle around and like.
So that one?
Yes.
Got it.
All right, so I'm just gonna try and smack that one with my warhammer.
Smack that.
18 to hit.
18 does hit. Roll damage.
All right.
In
so
the ghosts of Akon's career.
That's gonna be let's see here. 7, 8, 9, 10. Plus I was holding branding smite, so
Yep.
it's 10 plus
Damn, branding smite. Fuck.
10,
That's so much damage.
16. Let's see here. 16 plus 5 is 21 plus another 6 is 27 points of damage.
It's fucking dead.
It's fucking really dead.
Yeah, you bash it. As it dies and your hammer hits it, the mark of Bahamut is left on its chest as it falls to the ground dead.
Hell yeah. And then I'm going to just like make my way like around the ones, and I'm going to try and hit the next one.
Go for it.
And that is 14 plus 6, a dirty 20 to hit.
That'll hit. Roll damage.
And then that's just, let's see here. I think I'm gonna make that a smite.
All right, smart away.
So let's see, that's 5.
That'll be a divine smite.
8 plus 8. 13 plus 6 is 19 points of damage.
19 points of damage. It's
Oh, wait.
Oh,
It's dead anyway, so that doesn't matter.
it's alive. It's alive.
Oh, okay. So then I missed 1d8. So 19, 20, 22.
Now it's dead. You bash that one. It goes flying, hits the wall, dead.
And
I know, Zarvolk.
let's see here. Don't.
Yeah, rude as
No.
fuck.
Where's my fucking mini, Ryan?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's not my fault.
Do
Blame communism.
I still have a bonus action, right?
Thought you do.
If that is the case, then
As a reminder, Finch, as I think you forgot, while Radiant Soul's activated, you can put your level's worth of damage on a damage roll, like an attack.
I did that for the first one that I cracked.
Got it. Just wanted to be sure.
Yep. And so if that's the case, then I'm gonna use a bonus action to cast Shield of Faith on Radon.
All right. +2 to AC, Radon. You feel the light of Bahamut shielding you.
Thanks, bestie.
And that's my turn.
Thanks, War Pal. All right. Speaking of which, Radon, what do you do?
Kind of surrounded, huh?
A little bit. They want your flesh. There's also a wabbit.
Gotcha. I have to protect the wabbit. The angry dog. Cool. I'm gonna use my other effect that my shit can do.
All right.
Let me read it so I
shit,
can know what I
dude.
do.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Ryan?
I said, oh shit. We're doing something new. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
You spend that, and you can do. Oh, okay. That's
Use
pretty cool.
doubled and bonus action attacks. Okay.
Yeah. You do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna spend that burst.
All right.
And yeah, I'll just make my attacks
Go for
first.
it. So Finch and whoever else is watching, probably Ember, maybe you, Vane. There is a like a wave of more energy that pulses from Radon, and Radon just for like a snap second, or no, actually, just that fully endures. Just enters like almost as like sucking the time out of his enemies and giving it to himself, and begins to start moving way faster.
And I'm going to go ahead and... No, I'm not going to reckless attack this time. 20 to hit on the first one.
Who are you hitting specifically? Are you reckless?
The one... I'm facing towards Finch, so the one to my right first.
To your character's
immediate
right?
right.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Character's right. Got it. Is this a reckless?
No.
Okay.
That is going to be 16 damage. No, I'm sorry, 18.
Still alive, but really hurt.
Alright. I'm going to attack the one in front of me now.
Okay.
That is a crit for that guy.
Alright, go for
Cool.
it. Do you have brutals yet? No, I don't think so.
I think that's at level 9.
Yeah, it's later.
Uh, 15 plus 27 slashing damage on this guy.
Yeah, you slash this one and, like, I don't know, cut an arm off. Just fully slash an arm off and it, like, all the way down there, part of its lung, and it keeps coming. And you bring the blade around, and the one turns around just in time for you to, like, cut its head in half.
Gotcha. And then I'm going to make that last attack. Ooh.
Go for it. Who's getting it? The guy you damaged earlier, or someone else?
I think it's more about getting ones down that I can... Less attacks on me, I guess, is what's important. So I'm going to hit the one I already damaged.
All right, go for it.
12 damage.
It's dead.
12 damage. So the bonus action attack that's affected on this, it's that slash through the first guy to get him down to health. It's the killing blow on the other one, and the Radon's body itself almost insanely quickly rewinds and sends another slash back through the first ghoul to kill it.
God. Oh shit, that's cool. You slash, kill that one, and then slash it again. That's pretty cool.
Yes.
Like that. That's sick. That's tight. All right, that's all.
Yep.
All right, it's ghoul time. It's time to be ghouling around. This
Time to
ghoul.
get straight ghouling, guys.
We're gonna be straight ghouling up in here. Oh yeah, this one was like, oh shit, sorry guys, and he's gonna. I'm gonna let him get up there because I forgot all about him. Okay, that's the rest of my individual ghouls over here. So let's just deal with that. This one's going to attack Finch. These three are going to, or I'm just going to roll, see who they want to hit. That one's attacking Finch. Fuck, that was a nat 20. I wasted a nat 20. I'm going to stop. Never mind. These guys are going to attack Finch. These three are going to attack Radon. Finch, that is going to be 22 to hit.
That's my armor class, so I'm going to use my reaction to cast the shield spell.
All right, shield goes up, it misses. Next one attacks a natural 19 for a 23, which misses. Fuck. And these guys are attacking you now, Radon. That's going to be they're going to bite, so 16 to hit.
Misses.
Natural 1, he takes a chomp out of his buddy by accident.
Ow.
Hey, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Watch where you're going.
You just look so fucking delicious.
They're just biting at everything and they grab each other.
I can't help myself, baby. You look so good over there. And that guy's like, you're fucking weird. Is gonna turn and attack you, Radon. 18 to hit.
Inappropriate workplace commentary.
Yeah.
Somebody call HR.
That hits. So the 2 hit. The 16 and the 18. I think it was.
No, the 16 does not hit. The 18 does.
Understood. Okay, you're gonna take.
So I have the thing finished it up.
9 to 3 damage. So you take
Gotcha.
or sorry, that was 4. 8 is 4. Out of those ghouls, I'm gonna slip around over here, and these ghouls are going to kind of act freely now because they're not being held to do anything. This one's just gonna move to confront. This one is gonna 30 move to confront, gets right up to Fen. This one's going to I say Fen as well. This one's going to dash to confront these guys. This one's going to dash to confront these guys because they are the more obvious targets. This one's going to go for these guys, and then this one's going to go for Fen as well. And I'm going to say he just climbs up on the wall, and that's his turn. On the ghast turn, you see hordes of ghasts and ghouls beginning to enter the battlefield. They are going to begin to move as one. He gets 2 there. This little horde here is going to charge 60 feet this way. I think there's one ghoul here who hasn't rolled for your time stuff.
Gotcha.
And is also slowed. Probably should be marking them off, but they're gonna be dead any moment now, so oh well. Anyway, that's gonna bring us to Ember's turn. What do you do, Ember?
I think I will pivot and look at the mass that's up there in front of Balthazar.
Mm-hmm.
That's within 150 feet.
Certainly.
That ought to get its own special 20-foot zone of happy.
Okay, gotcha. Zone of happy. Yeah, you will catch. I don't think I really need to illustrate, but I think you're gonna get 4 of these guys.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That'll be a DC 17 fireball because I'm taking it out of my warlock stick.
My personal storage. One of them in the very front succeeds, one after fails, one after fails, and the third one succeeds by a very good roll.
And that's 38 points of fire damage.
Ow! 2 in the middle are very dead. 32 half 32, that's 16.
38.
Oh, you got 38.
38.
Okay, so that's 19 then. These guys are very wounded, those that are left. Very wounded. Very good. Good job.
And movement will be just to move in on Balthazar and our Raven Queen
Got it.
attendant.
Ember's like on site. Just like, I fucking hate this guy. Okay, incredible. All right, you're gonna move up 30 feet to get closer to the attendant. Incredible. Anything else?
No, that's everything for me.
You
That's all the damage I can do around here.
Fair enough. You vain.
Can I see Finn?
Fen?
That's
Yeah.
supposed to be my god dog. Yeah, so let me step up a bit so I can see my fur son, my fur nephew, my love.
Okay, 30 feet. You move up in this direction, a little closer to Fen.
How many are surrounding my good boy?
My very good boy. Only one is actually in melee, but two are not far behind. So they're about, I'll call that one 80, that one's 75, and that one's 70.
The one right in front of Fen?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're gonna start with a second level moonbeam.
Ooh. Well, that'll hit two of them, because that's a 5-foot radius.
Well then, yeah, but that's what we're doing. So
Fantastic. We love to see it. You call on the power of the Moonweaver herself. Everyone loves a good moonbeam. All right. Is there anything else? We'll deal with that on their turn.
I'm staying shoulder to shoulder with Ember.
Okay. Bonus action?
Do I have anything interesting?
You already cast a
No.
spell.
Yeah, I don't want to do anything that's going to draw light to us, and a lot of the other things I would do would draw attention
Fair enough.
to our location.
All right. Before we proceed with the Wraith's turn, I am going to go back because I missed two of my ghasts. So Paladin Finch. Not going to hit as you have shield up. 21 to hit. And the last ghast is going to charge up. Nobody cares about a rabbit right now. That's going to be Eurodon. Maybe if the ghasts die, they'll be like, ooh, munchies. But right now they care about intruders. That's going to be, because you are an elf, that's going to be 10. Which does not hit. Okay, that'll be the Wraith. The Wraith's doing something. That'll be...
Okay.
It's doing
no,
something.
it's a good thing.
He's casting racism.
No. So, it
You're
helps. No, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you for free because you are like true elven blood. They ghasts and ghouls, the original ones, were born from elves, and they have within them the power to like paralyze and poison people. But true elves are immune to this poison because of the descendancy. Okay, Zarvalk the Grim. It's time to be like so dark and edgy and shit. What do you do?
Yeah, so I'm gonna drop my crossbow
Oh shit.
and pull out the Oni Dream Cleaver.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna step back directly behind Fen.
Okay. Directly behind Fen. Just dropping your crossbow on the ground so we remember where it is.
Thank you.
You step directly behind like such.
Yep.
5 feet.
Yep. And then I'm going to start swinging the Dream Cleaver.
All right. They're like, "Ah!" They're getting burned by the light of the moon, and you come in to whoosh, go for it.
Oh, and I wanted to switch my Hunter's Mark too, by the way.
Okay, got it.
All right, so that's a 23 to
Hit.
hit. And oh yeah,
Oh man.
gonna be 17 damage.
17, very nice. Very hurt.
Swing again.
All right. On the
18
same
to
guy?
hit. Yeah, 18 to
Yep,
hit.
That'll hit. Fen the Destroyer.
11 more damage.
That is a dead ghoul. As you slice it twice.
Is Fen within? He is. Oh, he's not quite within 5 feet of the other one, right?
No, but he could run around the moonbeam to get within 5 feet if you want.
Yeah, let's have him do that.
Okay, 15 feet. He's now in melee range of both ghouls.
All right, to attack. Oops. seriously. That is an 18 to hit.
18 will hit. Roll damage.
And oh, this is a bite, by the way.
Got it.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting he gets 2 attacks now.
Yeah. I think I did specify one has to be a gore, one has to be a bite, but
Oh, one has to be a gore, one has to be a bite. That's great. No problem. All right. So that is a 7 damage.
7 damage.
And then he'll gore. Oh, that's not a very good roll. Let's see. 13 to hit.
13 will hit. Roll damage.
Oh, nice. All right.
They're fucking naked. These are naked bodies.
I forgot how much damage the gore does. This is so fun.
Gotta give our boy a little extra oomph.
15. That's 15 total damage.
15 total damage. That is a dead ghoul.
All right. So there's one more ghoul that's within 5 feet, right? All right.
That's
So
right.
now I will put myself like directly behind Fen from like the ghoul should be. Fen should be directly in between me and the ghoul.
Got it like that?
Yep.
Perfect. Yeah, Yvain, you're like, moonbeam comes down, and then Zarvolg and Fen just kill everybody in the moonbeam. You're like, no, wait.
Sorry, Yvain. Thanks. I didn't know we were going to kill them both.
I would at least hit the guy that's not in the moonbeam. You know those two are frying currently. Oh god, the smell.
All right. Balthazar. Oh, Balthazar. It's getting very scary. What do we got? We got some cool moves because we're Misery Bard. Whenever an ally within 30 feet rolls one attack, probably assuming 30 use reaction. Ooh, that's pretty cool. When an ally has forced a creature to make a saving throw, you can spend when you use Oh, that's cool. Bills, roll a bars, person die. Okay, that's not helpful. Tale of Hubris, when a creature scores a critical hit against your ally within 60 feet, you can use C, you can use your reaction. Down for 4 minutes. Until the target suffers a critical hit, any weapon against the target scores. Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay. But none of these are particularly helpful right now, unfortunately. When you make an attack roll, okay, let's give it a shot. He's like, all right, let's kill some fucking ghouls. He's going to draw his rapier. He's going to take a swang-a-lang. Ever seen a barbarian or a Goliath use a rapier? That's gonna be. Oh, he's not good at this.
Correction, use a rapier tragically.
Yeah, he goes. That will hit though, surprisingly. That's gonna be big ol' 6 damage. And what do you know? He kills a ghoul. He goes, oh, good on me. And he's going to run 30 feet forward, sort of like keeping the rapier between him and the ghoul. That's like, and he's like, don't touch my clothes. They're tailor-made. Please don't. And that's going to be Alistair Devertavos is going to. First off, he's gonna sort of wink behind him and have the spiritual weapon make an attack, which misses, unfortunately. Alistair, however, is going to. Yeah, he'll run to confront it. Why not? He's a pretty cool guy. He'll do a little fighting. What do we got? No, it's not helpful. It's not helpful. It's not helpful. Sorry, guys, 1 second. Probably should turn these guys into character sheets at some point here. Okay. We're just gonna do a as he was running up, I think he'll just. This guy's not very hurt. He's gonna throw a guiding bolt on him. Or actually, he's a little. Yeah, he did some pretty decent damage. He'll run up and just like the blood sort of wraps around his hand, and he's going to do an inflict wounds. Oh, which will easily hit. Sorry, those are my bloody dice because I think they're cool. Yeah, grabs it by the face and just like lifts it into the air, and it just like turned into like skin literally on bones. All the moisture is just torn from its body, and he like throws it aside and keeps running. And that ghoul is no longer with us. Alright, that's that. Paladin. Oh, actually, I forgot something. Sorry. Zarvolg, your turn is at the top of initiative.
There's so many.
There's an army. Oh, I didn't do them, did I? On their last... No, I did. They ran in. Never mind. So there's that guy. Oh, no. Don't do this to me. Stop it. You're embarrassing me in front of my friends. Alright, there we go.
One's fine.
One's fine. Yeah. You would say that, wouldn't you? Let's see here. Oh, I forgot about those guys who came through the wall. Fuck, I'm like messing up left and right. This guy comes through the wall. These guys would have done a little... Actually, dash this way. They wouldn't have known about that. So those guys appear. And last but not least, these guys are gonna pop in from the back as well. Okay, sorry about that. Paladin Finch, it is your turn. You see hordes of undead ghouls and ghasts charging in from all sides to confront you. What do you do?
Oh shit. Let's see here. I don't know. Maybe let's try something. How close I think I'm gonna, let me use my movement to get close to Radon. And then I'm gonna try and pick him up and use my movement speed to like fly us forward.
All right, you take a step forward over this corpse.
Yep. And
I've mentioned I'm holding Happy.
Happy, it's fine. Looney Tunes style, Happy. I actually thought Happy was going to disengage and run away. I just forgot to do it.
So did I.
So now Happy's like, okay, bye. And
Happy's in it. I give Happy a rabbit-sized greatsword.
Yeah, Happy's out of there, buddy. Happy is like, and runs the fuck out of there on a disengage.
Fair enough.
Okay, so you run up, action grapple on to Dawn. Are you putting your sword away or your warhammer away?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to, and I'm gonna say, let's move this party. And I'm gonna
Alright.
try and use my flight speed to progress us into the graveyard.
Got it. Let's move this party. That's funny. Not you. No, not you. I'm talking about the barbarian. No, god damn it. There we go. Okay. Boy, oh boy, you ready? Well, actually, this time thing is gonna help a lot with the.
That's where you gotta keep track of the ones that have failed.
I think all the ghouls have pretty much failed. So we'll say as you elevate, I know the ghasts didn't for sure, but the ghouls did. So we'll let the ghasts take a little swipe at you. Little reaction swipes.
That's fine.
You, Paladin Finch, are going to be the lucky recipient of 24 to hit.
Yeah, that will hit.
I need you to make a con save and take 7 slashing damage.
So here, that con save. Come on now.
And the other one misses you, Radon.
Cool.
That's a 14 on the dice for a 19.
A 19 saves against whatever poison was flowing through you. I need you to make another con save because it smells so fucking horrible.
Got it. Well, that's 13 plus 5 is 18.
Yeah, you're good. Okay, you step forward 5 feet. With Radon in your arm, that's half movement. So that's going to be, you can fly up 10 feet if you want.
Yeah.
All right, you are officially out of melee range of most. Of pretty much all. All right, there you go. Is there anything else you want to do? Bonus action, second attack.
You said
got
I'm
a
out of
shield.
melee, right? I
You got a
can't.
drow, you got a shield. Yeah, you're out of melee.
I can't cast a spell, can I?
Unless it's a bonus action, no, I'm afraid.
No, I didn't think so. Then I think I'm good for now.
Got it. Radon, you are aloft 10 feet above your enemies.
Can't move.
No, not unless you want to jump back down. You feel your rage dwindling. You took damage last turn, so you're good for this round, but
I can rage again.
Yeah.
you can rage again.
Yeah, I can rage again. I'm not worried about that part.
Okay.
Plus, I have more rage abilities I want to show off.
Just hold action.
And that. Say it again.
Just hold action or something?
Yeah, I guess you want to fly with me, so I'll let you have your thing. Yeah, I suppose I'll actually just bonus action drop rage this turn.
All right. You just take that calming presence and all of the slowed and expedited time stops, and all the ghouls sort of re-enter back into their sort of fast, crazed movements.
Yeah. And can I take a dodge action while I'm in the sky being held? Yeah, that's what I'll do.
Okay.
I'm wiggling.
Got it. Let's see. How many do I have here? One.
I trust God Boy. Let's go.
Essentially, they just kind of do some of that action right there. Yeah. That's what these ghouls do. This ghast. You guys are kind of running now, but they're pretty focused on you guys. They all just sort of approach, I think. They just sort of yeah, you guys look down. There's maybe like 2 or 3 dozen ghouls and ghasts underneath at you, just trying to reach up and eat you, kill you. Oh no, I crossed streams, guys.
Oh no.
There we go. That's all. They just basically are underneath you and they're holding their actions. That's all. But there's more around here. This one's like, rabbits. No, I'm kidding. They're not after the rabbit. This one gets there. Those guys are busy. These guys see you running out top up there. They're going to go after you. This little horde over here. This little horde went to the market. This little horde stayed home. Yeah, why not? They pumped up 60 feet. Losing some friends on the way. Oh, fuck, guys. We're gonna stick together. We're a team. These ones are going to make their way up here. Dash action. They lose some speed because they're going through rough terrain. These guys I'm just gonna put at the top of the stairs because that's where the last guys ended off on a dash. Am I missing anybody here? Those are my ghouls, those are my ghasts. Embale Van Zyl.
Close up on Balthazar and...
Not gonna attack?
Yep, you're right. Thank you. The one on Balthazar is dead, but the one on Fen is going to attack. And miss horribly. There's my ghouls. There. I did it. I got them all. Alright, what are we doing, Ember?
Move up towards Balthazar and
Alistair.
And we'll make it a dash.
We'll make it a dash. Fantastic. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Understood. Yvain, without happy. What do you do? Move that there, Moonbeam.
Yeah, that's first of all, let me move up as much as I can.
Okay.
Just 30 feet.
Oh yeah. Bravo.
Hey,
Bravo
how
6.
many of those? So I can see all those assholes. How much would? Can I get 2 groups in a plant growth? It covers like 100 square feet. It's like 100. It's a ginormous amount.
It would be the whole map. It would be like, where do you want to put it on the map? If you wanted to do plant growth.
Indeed, I would like to do plant growth.
Okay. All I would ask you is, where are you not putting the plant growth?
I am going to fill up as much of that space around the house as I possibly, because none of our people are in it. So that should hopefully.
So sorry.
So if you could take a line in front of well, there's that wall. The wall you see. Everything beyond the wall, as far right to left as I could get it.
So basically, this courtyard in front of the house, you're saying you don't want to be covered?
I do want to be covered.
Oh, and that's it.
Is it? Well, is there more? Does it do more?
Like I said, I did everything anywhere you want on the map. I'm pretty sure it's like a huge area.
Yeah, then all of it.
All right. Well, let's go double check, because I think it's. So you want the whole map covered in plant growth?
I specifically want the courtyard. I didn't realize I could get the. I guess I didn't think I could get the whole map. But the courtyard in the house.
Anything with 100-foot radius of you. So that's, yeah, pretty much everything.
I don't want it behind me at all.
Okay, so I'm gonna do this.
Oh shit, that's that big?
Yeah, man, 100-foot radius. But like, you get to pick where within that 100-foot radius. So you just want like the courtyard within the radius.
I want the courtyard within the radius, and can I get these these assholes to the side of me as well?
Hang on, let me draw them up real quick. Get your area. Shit. Hang on, sorry. Okay, so courtyard. Everything up, say here. So that will all be, everything within that barrier will be considered plant growth.
And then to the side of the wall.
Okay, everything on the lower, like over here.
Yeah. Exactly.
Is that all the way back, all the way to Finch in them?
All the way to Finch and them, but not including Finch and them.
Well, they're flying, so.
They're flying, then yeah, everything.
Okay, got it. Oh, doesn't want to do more than that. Oh, I fucking deleted it. Okay, whatever. Everything in the bottom. Everything in the bottom for the most part. And then I'll just do like that. Yeah. There. Everything within that as well. Okay, you call upon nature. Huge roots are funneled up. Grass and whatnot fills the area. It is very hard to walk in any of those areas.
Yeah, so I've moved and that's my action, and I think that's going to be it for the time being. Thank you.
Got it. All right. The door opens. The Archdruid, there's like the ghouls like screech, and so technically, hang on a second. Okay, what is she up to? Hang on. Wraith. Come on, Miss Arcane Wraith, what are you doing? Oh yeah, she comes out and she says, "Stay back from him!" And she brings her hand forward. There is suddenly an array of scintillating patterns around our little attack force squad over there. Yvain, you lucky bugger. I think you might dodge this. Or perhaps not. I need Balthazar, Alistair, Ember, and Yvain to roll. What is it? I need you to roll wisdom saving throws. Yvain, you will have advantage. Alistair saves.
30-20.
Balthazar saves. You save. What did you get, Ember?
18.
18. I see you. Did you roll 18 or did you roll a 10?
I rolled a 10, and I had inspiration from our who's it?
Got it.
Trivia thing from
Oh,
last week, which I hadn't spent. So
Fair enough.
I decided to spend that because a 10 seemed like it might be low.
That is a little low. Luckily, the whole party saves against the hypnotic pattern. And she says, "Stay away from him. He is not yours to take." Feathers. You see a dark figure in leathers with large black raven wings standing atop the house. He says, Archdruid, the Raven Queen would see you pass in peace. He pulls a dagger from his belt, and that is where we'll end the session.
Holy shit!
Okay.
Yes.
Epic! So good.
Oh, so good. So good. I wanted to have a conversation with her, but that works too. Oh my god.
Right?
Oh, you know, I speak druid. We're both druish.
They were both druids.
We're both druids. We got like so much in common. Oh my god.
Did he take one? He is one level in druid.
Yeah, he took his last level in druid.
Yeah.
Like, sure. It's not even like on his in the reborn stat block. It doesn't have anything in there about druid.
No.
Mercer's like, whatever, Max. Your stupid flavor level.
Right? Fucking awesome.
Scanlan Shorthalt. Messing with the designs of the gods again, I see.
Hell yes.
Good little session, guys. Thanks for the time.
Welcome back.
Well, you didn't die.